The following is rated TV MALSV. It contains strong language, violence, and nudity. It is intended only for mature audiences.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome, one and all, to this random stream that I decided to do today. I am the one, the only, the infamous, devious Dave Rose, and you are tuned in today to what I've labeled as JCS Bullshit Exposed. And I've provided a drama trigger warning in the title for all those little snowflakes out there that are so easily melted. So, let's get into it. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all 17 viewers that are currently in the chat right now, or viewing, I should say, and all those that are in the chat. There's quite a fair bit that we will be covering, and I do have the sound clips ready and capable of being presented to you, because there's quite a few things, as I mentioned, that need to be discussed. Now, before I continue, I will say that phone lines will be open to anybody except for registered sex offenders, and we can hear from anybody in regards to what they think. If you're blocked from my Skype, there may be a reason for it, but perhaps I will let you call in today, so we'll see what transpires as we go through this. Do want to shout out those that have actually shown themselves in the chat today. Steve Langenheim, Chad, Derek Hance, It's the Costanza, Irish Dave, Joey Cora, Ronald Booth, The Villain, Eddie Guns, and Vince McJoke. Thank you all for joining us. All right, so let's just get right on into this, because that's why you people are here, and I don't want to waste anybody's time. So let us start off with why I'm doing this. Well, last night, during the election, I was very busy doing many things. I was doing some meal preps, I was doing laundry, house cleaning, all different sorts of things. I knew Joe was going live, and initially did plan to join him. I did have a lot of things to do, but I did want to try to sort of jump in and out between that opportunity, because he had mentioned it in the previous weeks that he wanted to do that sort of thing, and even Ken had said that he was going to potentially do something. So I had mentioned to Ken, well, chances are I'll probably be joining Joe, probably want me there and so forth. So, if you want to do something about the election, it's going to have to be the day before. So, I want to accommodate Joe, make sure I was available and so forth. Now, despite all the different things that I needed to do, I did notice that there was, basically right before the show even started, there was 10 people in the chat. And I thought in the Discord chat. And I thought to myself, that's going to be problematic, because, it's just going to be difficult enough to talk, and be heard. But I've got all this other stuff to do. So what am I going to do? Am I going to like say there was 4 people on a call, and I have to do the laundry and all that, and step out back and forth. That still won't sound that bad, in the sense that one of the persons that is there is heard, and they can go away for a while, do their thing, and then come back and still not, like, no interruption or anything, and no sort of, I don't know, distraction from the conversation. That obviously happens more and more when you have more people on there, but okay. But initially I noticed, okay, 10 people. You know what? I'd rather just concentrate on my stuff. Maybe later on there'll be less people on the call, whatever, like, again, I'm planning to stay up as late as I can, and I stayed up until, I think it was like 4 in the morning or something, so I was a little tired, but I'll stay up as long as I can because I need to see the results of this sort of thing, see how it's going and so forth. So I thought to myself, there's always a possibility of calling in later. Again, I'm not this vain individual that all these other people project themselves onto me to be. I don't need to be on a show from start to end. Also, these days I'm not physically capable, but regardless. Okay, so I don't need to be featured. I'm not the star. I'm not Bullfrog who says, I'm the star of the show. Okay, you can, do I like when somebody gives me the opportunity to share my opinion? Absolutely. Who wouldn't? But am I there trying to steamroll over people, bulldoze over them, strong-arm them? No. If that's what they think, well, then they're probably confused or, I don't know, misdirected, because some people just have dominant characteristics and attitudes and characters. And, people like me don't necessarily intend to offend your feelings, but if I'm confident in my abilities, why am I going to acquiesce to your feelings? I'm not. Okay, so as we continue on with the story, I'm gonna do my thing. I'm popping in and out. Okay, so I'm setting laundry, coming back, writing a few things in the chat, going back, doing things, prepping food, whatever. Joe messaged me at one point in the night telling me that there was some sort of fake Dave in the chat. That could be possible. Probably be more probable, but regardless, I was in there, and I did say things like Joe doesn't do any research about his topics or anyone else, and then a second statement was or anyone else on this call for that matter. Now again, just a reminder, people, I have no problems being honest. Okay, things like this, being honest about certain statements that I've made, the statements themselves really pissing off people. I'm not going to lie about it. I mean, it's on the record. I mean, you can either find it, in the chat or me speaking to somebody on a certain show, but you can find it. I don't need to obfuscate that or lie about it. And in fact, I'm proud to stand by my words. Okay. So just because, I like Joe and I, consider him somebody that I like and that's a friend and, whatever niceties you want to call it. Because I've never met the guy in real life and all. I mean, I'm sure I'd get along with him in real life. But regardless, is the fact that despite the fact that I can be, cordial and nice and appreciate somebody for what they do, I'm still going to be bluntly honest about my opinions, my feelings, or whatever. And I expect that in return. Now, if you're going to get offended about that, well, that's your problem, not mine. So, although I am going off a little bit on tangents here, I am trying to fill in the background so that there's a clearer idea as to, the whole story. So, okay, Joe's doing his show. That's fine. Like I said, I can call in at some later point. I'm busy doing other things. And he's got 10 people. I mean, like, it's going to take enough time to go through their opinions if that's what you're doing. If you're running a show about people's opinions or whatever. Okay, fine. That's no problem. But when I do end up showing up in the chat, I'm getting criticized by Joe and by others on the show, which we'll go into, for not going on the show. Now, just put yourself in my position for the last 6 years. If you ever encounter a show where you're expected to put your A game on, right? And again, this always happens, especially with Final Frontiers, for example, or other things. Oh, Dave knows this stuff. Dave's good at research. Let's just rely on him. I'm going to talk about my feelings. I'm going to talk about, my speculation. But, when it comes to the hard facts, we're going to rely on Dave to do that. He's going to be the computer guy to just bring that up or just to remember it, because, he's the smart guy. But we don't have to worry about doing equal footing work. Okay. So, 10 people on the call. That's fine. Hold on, let me go back to the chat here. There's some good comments here, and I don't want to get myself too much off course here. But okay, so Brandon Lemke says, and I hope I pronounced that properly, show last night was cringe as fuck. I'm going to have to agree. Joey Cora also makes a good point, is he could have rotated callers. He kept all 10 on all night. For the most part, there was between 8 and 10 throughout the night, and some of them did come and go. But, you know, I'm being honest, and I will stand up for what I did say. Chad says, come on, Dave. The new wave liberal only reads Harry Potter and hentai. They can't understand history and politics. Oh my God, a more succinct statement has never been stated. That was very, very acute. But okay, so let's go back to this. So they're running a show, 10 people, fine, you know, but they start bitching, well, Dave's not coming on. And, you know, I'm just being honest, like there's just way too many people on there. I mean, I'm busy with my stuff, but on top of that, the number of people on is just, it's just going to be the same shit show as we always see when there is this number of people on a call. And it's not just Joe's, okay? I'm not just focusing on Joe. There's other people who have done this in the past, okay? Javince McJoke makes another good point, is they were talking over each other all night. Yes, there was a lot of the times during the night where people were talking over each other. Now, with a good crew, that can be avoided because they know each other's timing. And I mean, if you want the best timing possible, look at what JB, Joe, Jesse, and me were able to accomplish. That, again, Joe keeps, you know, piling on me, but he's piled on me in the past, stating, oh, well, Dave Rose wants to go back to the golden age, blah, blah, blah. It's like, but that's what I enjoyed, and the timing was fucking perfect. It was just, everyone could feed off each other so well that we didn't have to worry about dead air or fucking, like, nothing. It was just, it flowed, it worked so well, and I enjoyed it. I mean, it doesn't mean that it monetizes can't evolve. It needs to. I mean, it needs to adapt. Not a problem, but like, you know, if you ask me what my favorite memory is as a kid, I'm going to say Christmas, you know, I don't know, a certain year or something, or when I got a certain gift, or my birthday on this, you know, on this time, you know, whatever. Getting distracted a little here by the chat. Yeah, so going back to the other, we're talking over each other all night. And yeah, then people started to shit on me. And then we started to see a fair bit of various people, you know, sort of pile on. And I'm going to be playing the clip. It's going to be about 6-7 minutes long because you need to hear the whole thing to understand. And what's up, Nikki? Or should I call you Big Evil? And yeah, you're going to hear that in the clip here. So before I get any further distracted, because I got to stay focused here, you know, shiny things and lots of people in the chat, you know, very easily distracts the genius that I am. That's my Achilles heel. So now that you know, I'm going to play these clips. Take a listen. It's going to be about 6 minutes long. And again, if I could make it less time, I would. But you do need to listen to the following 6 minutes or so. So here we go.
Yeah, we're out of our
just said
minds.
this faggot supports Trudeau. I don't know what he's talking about.
No.
Whoa.
I voted Green last election.
Just a quick note here. First of all, did you hear that clip in the chat? Like, if you could let me know if you're hearing that clip, that should be coming out perfectly well. But the individual that I was referring to, who in the chat I called, I said this faggot supports Trudeau, that was the Sense of Morality. He's also from Canada, and he is basically an extreme far-left extremist. Okay, so it sounds good. Here we go.
I had it
You
muted.
already just so it's fake news. So back your stance up. Provide some evidence and
Because let me re-explain this.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. The problem is that he used Joe did two different streams last night, Corrupted and Shame on You. So this is the right one. Here we go.
Whoa.
He doesn't mean a gay person. He just means, you know. Might look at a cop.
Like fucking Trudeau's turning into our Nixon. Like he's got some fucking charity scandal going on. Like, there's some serious dirty cash going back and forth, so I want his ass out.
Not surprised.
You know, I haven't seen any pictures of Trudeau lately. Does he have bulldog jowls yet?
No, not quite yet.
Like a gray hair and fucking child smell on his pubes.
Oh.
Hey, whoever the fuck muted me, you can fucking suck my cock.
I muted
Fuck
you.
you.
I muted you. I muted you, Bullfrog. Bullfrog, I muted you. I muted you.
Why? I didn't do anything.
No, there's just too many people talking. I figured you had enough time. I put you on a little
okay.
mute. That's all.
One thing I've noticed,
I was about to unleash hell on somebody.
Shut the fuck up.
Like, yeah. If Rose had come in here, I would have muted a few other people. If someone else came in, I would have muted. You know, people get muted.
I was about to unleash hell on somebody.
You'll be all right. You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
I'm surprised he didn't even try to come in though.
I'm surprised. No, he doesn't like. He's kind of he's riding with the other. He's riding with the evil.
This just in.
I do have to stop it there. The evil, yes, but I call it, it's like Big Poppy. Well, I'm gonna call Nikki Big Evil. So there we go. It just sounds cooler, So Big Evil. Is that cool, Nikki? But yeah. So I'm riding with the evil. So Dave Rose, unemployed right now, busy with a lot of stuff that causes him a lot of stress and needs to laugh. Able to connect with some guy from the internet that also lives in Ontario, and we make a show about smug Canadians to have some fun, because that's not what you think when you think about Canadians. And we're both a pair of assholes, and it's kind of funny that you'd have a pair of Canadians acting so douchey and thinking that Canada's so big, this and that, but just doing it out of satire. Okay? That's Big Evil? I mean, yeah, I know that fucking Nikki's been talking shit about Joe for a ton of times. And Joe's, also talks shit, and he's also thrown jabs and stuff. That's not my fucking problem. It's not my business, okay? And Nick already knows this, and, I told Joe as well. But, again, I don't care what kind of problems Joe has with Ken, for example. Or Ken might have with, I don't know, whoever Ken might have problems with. I don't know. But the thing is, though, I'm not putting myself in that, and nobody's going to put myself in that sort of, in the crossfire, okay? You got a problem with them, that's fine. But I can still be cordial and, work with everybody. Again, I've not signed no contract. I'm not exclusive to Joe Cronin. I mean, if I did sign a contract, I would respect that, but I've never done that. Been chasing you around, Joe, for fucking ever about Final Frontier News and, trying to get that Patreon thing going. I mean, there's only so much I can do, and I don't really think it's appropriate to criticize me when, I've gone through a lot of effort. But let's go back to the clip here. Still a lot to cover.
In Arizona, 1% more has been reported, and Donald Trump has taken a 1.2% swing from 44% to 4.
You're like measuring dick
45.2
millimeters at this point,
dude. Joe Biden's losing this slowly but surely.
Yeah, millimeter by millimeter.
Hey,
For that.
inch by inch, I guess.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, hey, 1% at a time. Hey, that's all it takes. When
Trump's going to get Florida, right?
Left.
If Trump's going to get Florida, and that's not even counted yet.
To be fair, though, there's 100
Florida's
million absentee
98%.
ballots not counted yet.
Not in Arizona.
Right, but spread it out.
It's 98% reported though, not counted, right? Isn't that how?
Just to let you know, in the chat right now, I actually reply. I think it's because it's a little delayed, but I'll tell you what I reply anyways when the jab is made. But I say, I'm not going to subject myself to 8 people on a call. Fuck that. Okay? I'm not complaining. I'm not whining. I'm not, saying I demand that you do something. Because, again, you heard a little bit earlier, it's like Joe's like, well, if Dave called in, I will just mute people and stuff. Did I even ask for that? No. Just said, well, there's too many people. I mean, again, my whole idea was I'm going to be up really, really late. So I don't need to jump on immediately. I mean, I'm assuming that nobody's going to stay on the call for 8 hours. So, you're going to cycle through a fair bit of people and so forth. And, I don't necessarily need to be on from beginning to end. But, you know, I can pop in here and there. And obviously, you're not going to expect normally for 10 people to sit on the same call. But that is what happened. And now continuing.
By a near-death experience. That's all.
Yes.
It's like,
Well, to be fair, Joe, it's not counted as long as you're not one of those retards that watches Fox News.
I definitely don't. No, I don't watch Fox or CNN. Well, okay, I'm watching.
I also say, you enjoy getting talked over in reference to people wanting me to, or like whoever it was that messaged me that wanted me to call in, who was on the call. And I was saying, there's no point. I think it was Bullfrog that was saying that. But yeah, I was like saying, you enjoy getting talked over. I'm not going to do that. You know, there's a little something called self-respect. You know, I know it's not that common, or when you do display it, people think you're arrogant, but I do have a little bit of self-respect. In fact, I have a healthy level of self-respect. Let's go back to the clip.
Watching CNN for their coverage because they, I think, do the best with the maps and the flips and the numbers they put up, and I'm interested in it. But
Joe, you're kidding, right?
But all the numbers are wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, all right. You might, yeah.
No, but
wait.
What a
Dave, you don't want to.
philosophy.
Dave, what if we muted everybody and it was just me, you know, Drew, Jake, and you? Then or are you still like gonna come up with another reason? Come on, you.
So basically, they're saying, "Oh well, we're willing to bend over backwards for you. We value your opinion so much that we're willing to do this. We're willing." Did I even ask for that? I mean, again, the whole idea was, well, yeah, I mean, logically, you'd think, okay, not everyone's going to be on that call the entire night. So, you know, I'll swing in maybe, you know, a couple of times, you know, just to be respectful of the show also. It's like, oh, so there's 10 people. Okay, well, let them get their words out and stuff. Look how I operated on Ken's show the other day, where we had like 4 people, and Ken wanted to end the show sort of like asking me an opinion, and there was still Chris who hadn't given his opinion. I'm like, how about you ask Chris first and I'll just, you know, finish it off, sort of thing. Out of respect. It's out of respect. So why, again, this whole idea that I was demanding to, first of all, to only have a certain number of people on a call is ludicrous. I never look at the chat logs, look at what I say. Nothing of that nature occurred. So, again, I didn't demand anything. I just thought, as a good person, maybe I'll just wait until everyone gets their opinion and, you know, maybe just jump in quick and give it their, like, again, this isn't about me, okay? This is about me here on the show, sort of, because I'm still talking about other people. But the thing is, though, I can easily just make my own stream if I want to talk about me. I didn't need to do that. Back to the clip here.
You fuck. This is like we should all be fucking partying.
We got run on.
No, he doesn't like anyone on the call tonight. He thinks we're all.
No, actually, that's incorrect. But let's rewind, Drew, so that we can have everyone listen to that just a little more.
Like, gonna come up with another reason? Come on, you fuck. This is like we should all be fucking partying.
We got run on.
No, he doesn't like anyone on the call tonight. He thinks we're all idiots. You haven't seen
Yeah, we're all pizza.
Yes, in fact, you are all idiots. That's just the truth. I'm sorry if that offends you. After all, you guys were chasing me because apparently I'm the smartest guy in the community. I have the most knowledge in the politics and so forth. You're chasing me, but you're saying I don't want people on the call. But we've been able to do that on Monetize This and on Corrupted. We've even done that on that the previous debate show when we discussed the first joke of a debate with Biden and Trump, and then I eviscerated Bullfrog. So let's hear that once more.
Run on.
No, he doesn't like anyone on the call tonight. He thinks we're all idiots. You haven't seen
Yeah, we're all pizza.
Really? Have you not heard me on other shows? In fact, Joe has mentioned multiple times that and he's actually going to mention this, that I've, that I'm not willing to go on his show if there's 10 people, but if there's another show where they're talking poo-poo, there's some other bullshit term he used, it's fine. Really? So I'm on a call and then somebody else starts inviting people and I'm the one that's, doing that? I don't think so. Let's continue.
team or C team, and we've been able to have enough of a conversation. I've been sitting back letting people tell us.
I don't.
Okay, let's go back because now our boy Jake, who I'm also going to expose, seems to also think that he has some sort of, I don't know, word in the matter.
No, he doesn't like anyone on the call tonight. He thinks we're all idiots. You haven't seen
Yeah, we're all B team or C team, and we've been able to have enough of a conversation. I've been sitting back.
You've been able to have a good conversation that sounds like absolute shit, like everyone's a fucking moron and totally ignorant of politics. Yeah, you've been able to do that. And in fact, you started off the show, Jake, as showing how stupid you are. Stick to wrestling. I keep telling you that. Stick to wrestling. Don't, stop trying to pretend you're a victim and all that. Like, oh, boo-hoo, like, oh. No, smart people aren't falling for that shit, okay? You've always been a yes man. You always support fucking Joe. But on top of that, anyone who disagrees with Joe, you try to wage war against them. You tried to even at one point tell me that you had done debate in school, that you had volunteered, when in fact it was forced on you by the school. So I don't even know how that could ever compare to what I did in my life, where I volunteered outside of school. And, do I have to mention about immigrants, refugees, homeless, at-risk youth? I mean, there's no fucking comparison, okay? You're not in my league, intellectually or morally. So you need to stop. You need to stop trying to think that you are going to be Joe's yes man and his white knight. And in fact, I've got screenshots of Joe calling Jake his white knight because of how he fucked up that other day where he said, well, you said this, Dave, it's in the chat. No, it actually proved that it wasn't. So, Jake, stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, okay? Now, I don't go and tell you that you don't know about wrestling, okay? So don't come and tell me that I don't know about politics or try to dismiss my opinions or try to make yourself sound like a victim, because you're not, okay? And that is very evident in that fiasco of a debate that you had with JB, where, again, you did exactly that. You tried to make yourself look like a victim. Let's go back to the clip here. I do want to mention Joey Cora, who says all Garg does is laugh. I guess he's talking about Garguts, and yes, that is all he does. It is very annoying, and it is Joe's decision to have him on there, just like it is his decision to have, I can't remember that guy, what's that guy's name? The Latino who literally sounds like a girl. I don't know, but that's his choice. Let's continue.
I don't think we need
Speak for yourself, faggots. I'm on A team with Joe.
Well, to be quite honest, he did pull the Dave Rose role yesterday. Respect for Nerdy, despite him being a little pussy. Because the funny thing is with Nerdy is that when I first heard about him and learned about him was basically on Drew's show, and I thought he was fairly cool and smart, so I mentioned that. Next thing I know, this guy, because again, I don't hold back when I have disagreements with Joe. Next thing I know, this little white knight yes man is fucking defending Joe and shitting on me. I'm like, but dude, I liked you from the get-go, and you're talking shit about me. So again, just like with Jake, it's like he's trying to pine support from Joe. So as long as you can shit on Dave Rose, because Dave Rose has always been that thorn in Joe's side, you're going to get those points. You're going to be able to suck that Cronencock. So, and again, the thing is, though, this guy's a smart guy, and I like him. He's got a, fairly sarcastic, asshole-ish attitude. I can dig it, His jokes are shit, but he tries. But and he held off very well because he pulled a Dave Rose. Literally 6 to 8 people were attacking him. And again, these people, being the idiots that they are, they don't wait until somebody's done talking. They don't wait until a point is made so that somebody can respond and then they can add their point. No, they're all piling on, yelling at the same person. You've seen it with me, and you saw that last night. So I gotta say, he did a good job with that. But again, he is probably the most knowledgeable of that call on politics, and everyone else was absolutely clueless. But let's continue.
What the fuck?
Even Joe laughed at that
It's
one,
amazing-
Nerdy. I'm
it's
sorry.
amazing
You hung
call a
yourself
guy
out to
with 3
dry.
kids a faggot.
I'll suck on you.
I'll suck
No,
you
that's
off.
that's my job.
No.
Well, you can have 3
no.
kids and still be gay. I mean,
You're laid off, Wolfram.
look at our glorious
Thank you,
leader.
Jake. Thank you. Exactly. Look at our glorious leader.
Joe's
who's
got 3 kids.
Who's
and
actually
he's
got
about as
6
gay
kids.
As they come, but
But to be fair, he did used to hit on me back
This-
in the day.
CNN just talked about a huge blue boost. They're saying
yeah,
blue,
just change the subject, Joe. Change the subject.
huge blue boost.
And what? The fucking moon is changing.
It
the
looks like
goddamn-
Biden's getting California.
Oh
Yeah, they gave
God,
it to him
shoot
right
me
away.
now.
Yeah, and this just in, water is wet.
Well, he
Your
offered
water's
to mute
wet.
people, and people offered to shut up. I said I'd stand down so Dave can talk. But
Water is
Just
watery.
Come on, Dave. Just
Listen to that. Let's go back.
people offered to.
Just in, water is wet.
Well, he
Your
offered
water's
to mute
wet.
people, and people offered to shut up. I said I'd stand down.
Did I ask for that? No. Why are you people trying to misconstrue this situation to fit your egos? You guys are trying to literally put out the red carpet for me. And if I say no, you get offended? You have 10 people on the fucking call. What do you expect me to do? On top of that is, why would you do that to your other callers? First of all, I never asked that you not have them on there. Never asked that you even mute them. But what would they think about you saying to them, okay, well, Dave Rose, we're gonna roll out the red carpet for Dave Rose, so we're gonna mute you until we're done with him, and then we'll think about unmuting you or something. Really? I don't know. I mean, personally, I don't understand how these people were able to create this narrative, and on top of that, look at the effort that they're putting out because they want me on there. Now this is gonna conflict with what they're gonna say in a moment, but look at all this stuff. Now again, show's been going on for a few hours, 10 people on the call. You know, people have that opportunity. Joe's giving them that opportunity to speak and stuff. Great. What's the benefit of having another voice on there to drown somebody else out if they haven't had the chance to speak? Okay, so let's go back to the clip here.
So Dave can talk, but
Water is watery.
Come on, Dave. Just saying.
Water
Dave
is
comes in,
watery.
I'll mute.
Bring a fact or two. Without any sources, though.
I don't think he's got
The
a
show
gun.
doesn't need Dave. We've got the conservative right here. Sorry,
Oh
Dave.
my
If you don't want,
Yeah.
if you're gonna sit there and bitch in the chat, then don't fucking bitch about not coming on.
Okay, now a very important point, because this will be referenced later by Idiot Jake, who again, I guess maybe he's just taking too many hits to the head or something, you know, because he doesn't seem to remember things that literally happened minutes ago. But let's, again, play that once more.
So.
I don't think he's got
The
a
show
gun.
doesn't need Dave. We've got the conservative right here. Sorry,
Oh
Dave.
my
If you don't want,
Yeah.
if you're gonna sit there and bitch in the chat, then don't fucking bitch about not coming on.
Now, consider this, people. They literally were bending over backwards to have me on the show. Not once did I bitch. Not once did I say, I demand that you do this. Not once did I say, if you don't do this, I refuse to be on the show. Not fucking once. So, first of all, we've got Nerdy here, Mr. Shaggy White Knight, 100 pounds wet. And he's trying to create this narrative that I'm bitching in the chat. But as you've seen, I haven't been bitching in the chat. I've just been saying, no, you know, I'll wait, or, you know, there's too many people. That's just an observation. There was no demands whatsoever. There was no expectations either. But look at the amount that they set up saying, oh, we'll mute this, we'll have you on, we'll do this and that. And then Nerdy has the gall, or the stupidity, I should say, to say, don't just sit there and whine in the chat. I wasn't demanding to be on. I wasn't expecting people to be muted. Total fucking delusion. Now, he may have done a good job with his debate yesterday, but the thing is, though, sense of morality literally is a fucking moron. It's just like me debating Bullfrog. There was no chance of him winning anyways. So when it comes to me, yeah, this guy's not dumb. He can, he'll put up a good fight, but I'm going to fucking destroy him. Okay, with logics, with facts, and with maturity. I mean, when he has tried to speak to me, he goes into the snarky little attitude, but he also goes very immature and, little digs and stuff, which is always the exhibit of a immature mind. And he would not stand a fucking chance. Not to say he's not intelligent, but his ability to debate does not compare to mine. Period. And he can think what he wants. And Joe can think what he wants. And Joe can throw out little digs and little jabs and act immature all he wants. I'm still going to call you out on your shit. As I expect for me to be called out on my shit. But the thing is, though, what we're talking about here tonight is not shit. I'm exposing the bullshit. Now, again, we've got basically a few white knight yes men being exposed. We've got doughboys being exposed. Look, I can do this all night, but we're going to continue on right now. We're going to continue on with the clip because now it's going to get even a little more spicy.
That's why I'm tired of shit, because I want him to come on. And he'll come
not...
on under certain circumstances. I'm like, okay, well, let's give him the circumstances.
He's never said, look at that. Look at that fucking projection. He won't do it unless certain circumstances. Did I even fucking say that? You know what the circumstances that were defining my calling in yesterday? My laundry and my food prep. Really, dummies? Let's listen to that once more.
Without any sources, though.
I don't think he's got.
The show doesn't need Dave. We've got the conservative right here. Sorry, Dave. If you don't want, if you're gonna sit there and bitch in the chat, then don't fucking bitch about not coming on.
Jesus. That's why I'm tired of shit, because I want him to come on. And he'll come
not...
on under certain circumstances. I'm like, okay, well, let's give him the circumstances.
He's either a crybaby or it's not him. It's
very spicy. Let me open a window. That's very spicy. A crybaby. A crybaby. What's up, Arcanolia Strokelbean? There in the chat. A crybaby. To my recollection, I've never smashed a window in rage. Never destroyed my own gaming console. I've never literally thrown my mic and gone through 4 or 5 of them in I don't know how many years. Haven't destroyed any mixers, although I don't own any. Crybaby? Crybaby? Shall we discuss your conflicts with Justin Bailey? With Foulmouthed Ken? Do you want to do that? Crybaby? Crybaby. I go away for a year. You, JB, and Ken talk shit about me every chance you get. I don't even publish one fucking video. I do my own thing. Live my life. Crybaby? Fucking, you got to deal with your wife who's panicking because of Biden and losing the vote and stuff. And I'm a crybaby? I fucking try to help you out. You tell me, in a few minutes, ready to do Final Frontier News. Weeks later, yeah, we should really do Final Frontier News. Am I bitching to you? Am I like hitting you up every single fucking day? What about Final Frontier News? What about Frontier News? I used to. Don't do that no more because it's clear that you're not serious about it. I tried. I mean, you wanna do shows with Jake? Okay, that's cool. Again, I'm not demanding, just like I wasn't demanding to be on the election show. I'm not demanding that you feature me more, but don't string me along. Don't fucking tell me that you're serious about Final Frontier News when you're not. And seriously, man, grow some balls. When I message you, which I have multiple times in the past, are you really serious about Final Frontier News? Yes or no? Don't give me no little rigmarole fucking runaround. Just say, no, you know what? Can't do it. Or, you know what? I'm just too I've spread too thin, you know? And that might be because of all the stuff he has to do with the family. It could be because of the different shows that he has to do, but don't string me along. Just be honest and stop wasting my time. And again, a lot of people told me, at least 12 people, so at least a dozen people yesterday in the chat of the election show for Joe Cronin told me, why aren't you on the show? And I told them, would you expose yourself to, 10 people on a call and having people talk over you and stuff? No, I see your point, Dave. So 12 people wanted me on, but also sort of realized, yeah, why? Why would you do that? I wasn't bitching in the chat saying like, you people tell Joe that if he doesn't do this, then I'm not going to show up on the show and stuff. Again, you people are delusional. Also, you're very weak-minded betas, because somebody like me who truly is an alpha, and I shouldn't even have to mention that, but apparently you guys don't get it, okay? What you consider forceful is just confidence. People think I'm overwhelming or that I'm strong-arming. Maybe you just have never met a real man in your life. I have. I don't get offended by somebody who knows more, who acts like they know more, because when they show that they do, there's an opportunity for me to know. Guess what? My feelings take second place when it comes to knowledge and the truth. Okay? You can get fucking butthurt all you want. Don't know what kind of preparation H you're going to need. But I don't need that. Let's go back to the chat a bit before we hit up that clip here. Vince McJoke says, well, I know it was Joe because he was arguing with me, and then I was immediately timed out after like 5 messages of us arguing, and I'm like, wow, Joe, that's how you run away from an argument. Joey Cora says, Joe always pushing good people away, then gets mad that they go elsewhere to work with other people. That's also the truth. And again, it's happened to me multiple times. And it's just like, look, dude, if I gotta literally sit on my ass, I'm unemployed right now. There's so much that I could be doing, okay? And I'm fucking searching for work, and I'm also taking care of my fucking father, okay? And there's so much I could be doing. The wasted potential that's been presented to me just makes me question, what's the fucking point? Because all this time that's been made available to you and you squandered and wasted it, what does that tell me? That you don't value what I provide. You don't. And I mean, you're getting pissed off that I'm working with Nikki? Yeah, okay, he talks shit about you. I even fucking told him. Look, dude, I don't appreciate you talking so much shit about Joe. Maybe some of that stuff is valid, but you know what? If you want me to work with fucking, do smug with Canadians, fucking reel it back, okay? Keep your shit with Joe. Let me fucking work with you, and don't cause any waves for me, okay? So I fucking told him that shit. Your problem with him is his problem with you, okay? Doesn't fucking involve me. Don't get fucking jealous. Don't get fucking mad that I'm working with other people because I want to do something. I want to do something productive. I want to enjoy myself. Fuck, man. The shit that I got to do in life, I just need a fucking laugh, man. I need something fun. Okay? And I definitely don't need to be stressed out with having to deal with people who literally are my intellectual inferiors. This is not an insult. This is not something that's an ad hominem. It is literal fact. And I'm not going to be shamed into feeling that because I'm more intelligent, I should somehow want to hang out with everybody, regardless of their intelligence. Okay? I'm not going to be, coerced into any sort of situation. However, I don't call it bullying. Okay? I do find it very comical that Joe has in the past mentioned where if somebody disagrees with him, that it's bullying. Or if it's more than one person, it's bullying. It's not bullying. Okay? You've got that very much confused. And and Joe's not the only one. I mean, YR, for example, Scott McKinnon, I think Old Man Davey. There's been other people who've just used that excuse of, oh, there's a couple of people that are talking about me. That must be bullying. No, it's not. It's being honest. And on top of that, if we're supposed to be friends, Joe, I should be able to speak to you honestly. And I should be able to actually communicate with you and not actually have to wait a week to pass by and me actually have to speak to you on the actual show to have a conversation. Why is it I can't reach you anytime during the week? And when I do, it's just some random message. Oh, you want to suck demon seed or some shit like that? I mean, dude, I've given you so many opportunities. Like, for us to produce something. Not like, oh, I've given you an opportunity to be a good boy. Now, no, that has nothing to do with it. I've bent over backwards and made so much time available to try to help you out. To do so, again, I'm good at what I do. And I should take pride in what I do. And when someone, offers me the opportunity to work with them, of course I'm fucking grateful for it. And I'm excited. And I give you my 1,000%. Like, I'm the last person that needs to be asked about commitment. Okay? People actually, again, look at me and say, Dave, anybody ever tell you that you're, a little too energetic or too gung-ho and stuff? It's like, no, this is who I am. I've got two switches, on and more on. That's who I am. And my record stands clear, okay? I always find it hilarious, I should say, here, I'm going to throw a little shade here. I do find it very hilarious that faggot fucks like Jacob RP or Jacob Real Prada, that's a hyphenated last name, that's his actual name. He's made it public and evident. It's actually on his Twitter account, so don't say I'm doxing anybody, faggots. He likes to talk shit. Likes to talk shit about my father, likes to talk shit about me. Now, that's unfortunate for you, sir, because now I know where you work, where you live, and your full name. This is the problem with these individuals in this community. They don't seem to understand reality. They lived a very sheltered life, and they don't seem to think that cancel culture can happen to them, despite their being stewards of cancel culture themselves. So, let's go back to the clip, because there's a little bit more to play here.
It's one of the two.
We didn't... No, that...
Let's rewind a little bit just to refresh everyone's memory.
California.
Oh,
yeah, they
God,
gave it to him
shoot
right
me
away.
now.
Yeah, and this just in, water is wet.
Well, he offered to
water's
mute
wet.
people, and people offered to shut up. I said I'd stand down so Dave can talk, but
Water is watery.
Come on, Dave. Just saying.
Water
Dave
is
comes in,
watery.
I'll mute.
Bring a fact or two. Without any sources, though.
I don't think he's got
The
a
show
guy.
doesn't need Dave. We've got the conservative right here. Sorry,
Oh
Dave.
my
If you don't want,
Yeah.
if you're gonna sit there and bitch in the chat, then don't fucking bitch about not coming on.
That's why I'm
Jesus.
tired of shit, because I want him to come on. And
He's-
he's like,
that's
he'll
probably
come
not-
on under certain circumstances. I'm like, okay, well, let's give him the circumstances.
He's a
See
cry.
what-
He's either a crybaby or it's not him. It's one of the two.
We didn't. No, that happened earlier. That's right.
Yeah, it might not have been him.
But it sounds more like him now than it did earlier.
Yeah.
I text Dave. He said he's not coming on with a bunch of people.
That's
so-
what, and that's what this one keeps saying over here now.
Okay.
At
Well,
least-
I mean, if he comes on, I'll mute people, but I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get rid of people and then he doesn't come on. So.
Yeah, exactly. But,
Yeah, I mean-
but a bunch of us just offered to mute ourselves.
Nobody asked that, faggot. Nobody asked that.
Listen,
Then he doesn't come.
here
Also,
Okay. Well, then.
Also, listen to Jake jump in there. Oh, Mr. White Knight Savior. Oh, yeah, you have so much. You have so much when it comes to production, Jake, huh? Like, yeah, you're definitely wiring those calls in. You're handling that switchboard, aren't you, Jake?
I mean, if he comes on, I'll mute people, but I'm not gonna get rid of people and then he doesn't come on. So
yeah, exactly. But,
I mean?
but a bunch of us just offered to mute ourselves. And,
I don't even care, bro.
You don't care? You don't care? This is literally been going on for about 5 minutes now. You don't care? You call me a baby. You don't care? Let's continue.
I'll talk the fuck over you, Dave. You better come on.
Yeah, you tell him, Jess.
in here, and I'll mute myself.
I'll mute. I don't care.
Tell him to stop being a baby.
I'm the baby. But you guys literally for the last 5 minutes were begging me to come on. You were begging me to fucking come on. You were fucking offering to mute all these people. I'm the baby? Look at the chat. Look at the chat. If you look at the chat, you don't see I'm not fucking bitching. I'm not saying shit. I'm like, no, you guys do your thing. You know, there's 10 people on the call.
Yeah.
If he came on, I'd mute people.
Okay, I'll.
Again, that wasn't asked of you. But if you ran a proper show, you wouldn't have had 10 people on the call in the first place.
I'll text him one more time.
All right, there's enough Discord in your fucking country already. Let's all just chill the fuck out.
Text them your dick. Text them your dick, Bullfrog.
Such fucking passive, like, I'm not coming on shit before ever. What is?
Listen to the projection. What passive fucking shit? I'm not going to come on. I said there was too many people on. This wasn't about me, dummy. It was about the fact that what's the point in going on a show where no one's going to hear you? And on top of that, there's 10 people on there. Maybe Joe wanted to get through all their opinions. You know, and obviously once their opinion is done, why the fuck would you even keep them on the call? So, you know, I was thinking, okay, well, you got 10 people on the call. Let's go through that.
No one said you were bitching about not coming on.
Here we go. Fat ass DeMarco. Stupid, dumbass, greasy, fuck piece of shit. DeMarco. Let's hear that once more, fatty.
Just chill the fuck out.
Text them your dick. Text them your dick, Bullfrog.
Such fucking passive, like, I'm not coming on shit before ever. What is?
No one said you were bitching about not coming on.
Text.
Hold on a second here. Do you guys remember anything nerdy? Saying stop bitching, stop whining? Do you guys remember that? Yet again, Jake shows himself to be the dumb fuck that he is. Maybe he's got a 5-second attention span. Maybe it's related to his weight. I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. Okay? This yes man, white knight faggot, was on the call during this entire time. He heard Nerdy accuse me of bitching and whining in the chat. And then he has the idiocracy, and yes, that is a word, to state, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. Let's hear that once more. Let's hear Fatty McFuck say that once more.
Text them your baby.
Yeah.
If he came on, I'd mute people.
Okay, I'll text him one more time.
All right, there's enough Discord in your fucking country already. Let's all just chill the fuck out.
Text them your dick. Text them your dick, Bullfrog.
Such fucking passive, like, I'm not coming on shit before ever. What is?
No one said you were bitching about not coming on.
Text his dick.
Chat bitching.
Text them.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking moron. Stick to wrestling and stay in your lane, you fucking moron. You are so fucking stupid and so fucking transparent. And I was the one that fucking initially told Joe, let's have this guy on. And he was looking for somebody different. He even called you a yes man. But I said, no, he's got a good voice. It's nice and calm. It is different from mine. It's different from Joe's. And it did offer something different. Initially, when you fucking started, you were fucking garbage when it came to fucking reporting wrestling. Just because you watch wrestling didn't make you a fucking good reporter. And the way that you fucking were yes-manning Joe throughout the beginning, even Joe was telling me and stuff, I thought it was hilarious. But the thing is, though, I just thought that you were a good addition. And again, the yes man exposed, once you go against the hand that feeds them, no, there's always that fucking resentment. And especially because I've exposed him for being an idiot, not even being close to being able to debate with me. And on top of that, just being fucking retarded. Okay? Like, I'm not going to fucking cut you slack because you're unhealthy. I wish you were healthy, to be quite honest. But the bottom line is I'm not cutting you no slack, man. Because every time you open your mouth, you show yourself to be a fucking moron. And it's fucking unreal, man. It really is fucking unreal how you can, like, dummies do this. They get punched in the face and they're like, I didn't feel a thing. And they're literally missing 5 teeth and their nose is broken. I didn't feel a thing. Do that again. Unfucking real. Let me go back to the chat here because there's a few people saying some interesting things. Ronald, and you know what? I'm not filtering what people are saying in here, and I'm not even going to hold myself back from saying this. These are their words, not mine, and me featuring them on here isn't fucking changing anything, okay? So let's go here. Ronald Booth says, Joe is that possessive ex-girlfriend. He wants everyone to bend over backwards for free because he has bills. What other male YouTuber cries poor like him? A lot, actually. Don't focus on Joe for doing that, and many people have because there's many other people that do that. And on top of that, it's not necessarily crying poor. Is that's how they run their job, you know? And if you got to remind people to donate if you're fucking running your job from YouTube. But he's not the only one that does that. There's other people that say, please donate. So I'm going to have to dismiss that point, at least from the bills and the money and stuff. The possessive aspect I do agree with, because it's like, well, if I'm not working with you, but you used to work with me, you shouldn't be able to work with anybody else. Or if you're working with me right now and I don't like that guy, you shouldn't be able to work with him. But I'm not going to tell you that openly. I'm not going to be honest about that. And on top of that, if you say, oh, you know, I'm not going to tell you who to work with, but I'm going to work with Scott McKinnon, for example, despite the fact that I know that you're feuding with him or that you've had problems with him in the past or other people. Like, no. Let's go back to the chat here. Joey Cora says, monetize this belt hasn't been around over a year. Drew gets it back. People donate so it can be defended 3 months from now. Hey, it works. Nikki 9 says, why did they even harp on this? Who cares that you didn't go on? They did, clearly. Are they that insecure? Yes, apparently they are. Joey Cora says, because Joe knows whoever was on the show was cringe. Only one who could have saved it was Dave. Yeah, that is true. I'm not going to deny that. Do I know everything? No. But let's be honest, people. Can we stop fucking around and being so stupid? I may not be perfect, but when we put our records out there, I'm one of the few that can proudly stand up and say, yes, I know more than the majority. Okay? This doesn't mean that I know more than everybody. There's probably people in this community that do know more than me, that are more intelligent than me. There's definitely people in the world that are. But let's stop getting twisted, and let's stop pretending that people like Jake or fucking Drew are equivalent to me, because they're not. Back to the chat. Shout out to Vikings fan. Hope everything's going well there in Minnesota. Carl Matz says, Dave is the most intelligent in this community. It does seem to be. And I mean, that doesn't make me feel very well, because it's not very often that I can get to speak to somebody that knows what I know or that we can have a good discussion. But there are. But again, let's be honest. A wrestling community, most people are just interested in fucking fake fighting, okay? Now, it's my guilty pleasure, okay? I love fucking wrestling when it was good. And, you know, I grew up with it. Macho Man, my favorite, you know, Big Mark as a kid. But it's my guilty pleasure. I know what it is, okay? I don't go to the movies and say, that's really fucking Ethan Hunt, the guy in Mission Impossible. I'm like, that's Tom Cruise. He's doing a good job. Okay? So, I don't know. I find it hilarious that people are so offended when they recognize that I'm just more intelligent than them. And that's just who I am. Okay? I don't pretend to be this way like this Jacob Real Prada tries to do there in Queens, New York. But you know, people just recognize that. So much so that you see what we had there. Where, like, they're begging me to be on the fucking show. And then they make excuses and try to, you know, pan up their fucking egos because, you know, Devious Dave Rose won't be on the show. He's a crybaby. He's the crybaby here. He won't be on the show. Back to the chat here. Nikki9 says that's why Joe Boo's show sucks. He doesn't surround themselves with the best he can. I can't necessarily blame Joe with that. Although partially I can. He did push JB away, and Ken and me. But, you know, there's some people that you just don't want around, and Bullfrog is one of them. You know, there's other people and stuff. Shout out to Salty Cameron there in the chat. Well-known flip-flopper of the community. Knows how to salt a good steak. Steve Callan, hey, what's up? Wallpaper Hero, interesting name. We got the Macho Man in the chat, oh yeah! Thank you for coming back here. Wallpaper Hero says Foulmouse Ken was right all along. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, Jacob RP, biggest flip-flop. Yep. Rose on fire, yeah. Speaking of fire, we ain't got started yet, so let's continue. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me check this private message here because there's a big wig of the community who's messaging me. Yeah, I'll have to read that later, but
here's the difference. 209 to 118 still. Next polls close in 26 minutes, Joe. We'll see what happens, but
yeah, you're right.
Still no reports from Nevada.
Just to let you know, in the chat, I'm currently saying, now, by the way, if you're looking for the timestamp, this is on the Corrupted Nation channel. The video is called Election Night 2020 Live Stream Reaction Updates Trump versus Biden. In there, you will see my comments. Because I do believe that in the Shame on News, they thought I was fake and they banned me. But on this one, you know, I'm coming in loud and clear. The timestamp is 3 hours, 27 minutes, 35 seconds.
This is like going to not wanting to go piss when you got to go really bad, but there's guys where all the urinals are used up except for one, and you don't go up. You're like, yeah, I don't really have to piss anyway.
Joe, I tagged you in a couple more fights
right now
with Antifa.
No, I kind of forgot to add what I was going to say. Is that at that point, what I'm saying in the chat is just do your show, do your thing. What did I say?
Okay, cool. I'm enjoying the chaos outside the White House. We're watching that. I really hope we get to see some people sniped. I mean, can we, this would be...
I'm waiting for it.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, Nevada's taking this whole what stays in Vegas shit a little too far.
How long?
They haven't given us their numbers.
How long until the right-wing people... How long until the right-wing people go to Washington to protect it? Because that's what's coming next, right? They're going to see all these videos of the Antifa people beating people up, and there's guys right now with their shotguns and stuff heading there. I guarantee it. Guarantee.
That's exactly what the Proud Boys supremacists, because the media does.
It's about to win this. It's over. And if Biden is finalized out,
but if you're going at this,
is this guy Hispanic?
This perspective, yeah.
Antifa's beating up the Hispanic guy, or what is it? I can't tell what he is, but he's not white.
Probably gave him too high of an estimate on some land.
See, it's always white people. The thing is, they're right.
It's not always.
It is always white people, but they're the ones.
This obsession with white people in Joe.
Neither person's
yet refuses to acknowledge the fact that 5% of the population of America, being black males, commit essentially 55% of all violent crimes. Yeah, that's why I guess he's never debated me on race. But not having a problem with unleashing 10 people to attack me in one call about my opinions on, say, Donald Trump.
It's really rigged.
Well, I mean, that's the reaction people make when they think it's all over.
You got to be
They've
careful.
both done things to rig this in their favor, obviously, but
whoever's saying all that isn't doing their research.
Soundwave is echoing what I said before. You know, Biden needs the mail-in ballots.
Never do this. Can I tell you guys? Never do this. When someone's in your face like this, never do this. Look at this guy thing.
All right, I think that's enough of that. There is other stuff. I could look at the timestamps. There's a few other things, but. That, I think, gives the summary of the situation. And again, now that the phone lines are open, anybody can call in, including Joe Cronin, if he would wish to I don't know, speak on this topic. I know that I'm going to get shit about this, but that's always the case, because if I can't reach Joe and have a normal conversation with him and I end up making a video, that's when shit hits the fan, and, you know, he'll make a video saying Dave Rose is wrong, or, you know, a little jab here and there and stuff. But here's the thing. How am I going to get your attention, Joe? I message you on fucking Messenger and hardly get a response back. You say you want to work on Final Frontier News, and, you know, you're not making an effort, actually. And on top of that, you're telling me, oh, like, yeah, let's do Final Frontier News in a few. And I'm like, what's a few? And you literally tell me an hour and a half. To me, a few is like, what, 5-6 minutes, maybe 10 at most. Anything more than 10 minutes, you're like, okay, well, I don't know, a quarter of an hour, you know, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. A few means a few minutes. It's not a couple of minutes. A couple means two. A couple of minutes, 2 minutes. If someone says, give me a minute, I'm literally giving you 16 seconds. If you're incapable of fucking managing your time, and I call you out on that shit, it's been 60 seconds, and you bitch, I'm going to fucking call you out. It's like, well, you easily had the opportunity to say more than 60 seconds. And I do that with everyone. Don't fucking waste my time, because I'm not going to do that to you. If I tell you I will be there at 8:05 a.m. on the dot, I am there at 8 o'clock. It's about respect. And I don't see that very often here in this community. Not just because of the low-level IQ, but because people start to take you for granted. Like Jacob Rail Prada the other day, out of the blue, decides to message me on Skype. And he's like, let's do a show together. Dude, this was the pussy that fucking got shit on when he was on, I believe, Joe Cronin's show or Ken's show. And, you know, people didn't like him, and he was just a fucking cocksucking bitch. And he literally got fucking embarrassed, and he deleted his accounts and went away. He repackaged himself. Now he's Jacob R. Prada. And he's back, annoying people with the same bullshit. Now, shout out to SE Steve, because he clearly, in this case, is the superior Latino. But my God, this guy fucking then gets pissed off at me because he messaged me and says, let's do a show, stop being a twat. Out of the blue. This is the guy that I helped get OBS working. Never paid me a goddamn dime, despite the fact that he said he would. And, you know, then he starts shitting on me. Not just in my channels under fake names. And trust me, those logs were compiled. The IP was basically registered. And I know it's you. And then there's the statements that you've also said in other channels under your actual account. But, you know, talking about my father's condition, you're going to encounter some very serious problems. I can promise you that, Mr. Night Clerk. There is a saying in this community, and I do think it is, I guess, important, is the last person you want to piss off is Dave Rose. And that is the truth. I did, at one point, scoff when people would tell me, well, people fear you, Dave. And I'm like, what the fuck do they have to fear from me? And then I thought to myself, holy shit, look at what I've done. Look at what I have access to. The capabilities and skills that I have. Like, stuff that people would have to go to school for 4 years. I've already got that knowledge. I can literally do this with my eyes closed. Do they really want to fuck with me? Because I think I'm good enough to not get caught. And someone might say, oh, hey, did you hear that, man? Dave Rose is publicly admitting on the air that he can do something illegal and not get caught. Well, guess what? Submit that to a court and see what they say. If you can't, you know, produce evidence, overwhelming evidence, then that really is just a statement now, isn't it? But people have seen the effects of my work. And as of yet, I don't think that anyone can say I've done anything illegal. Well, they can say that, but they can't prove it. As always, my knowledge of the law seems to be the superior one in this community. Although from what I've been hearing, Nerdy actually did a degree in some sort of something in regards to law, which is cool. Again, I don't hate the guy. And he is intelligent, knowledgeable, much more so than the typical. person in the JCS community, but he is just a Padawan, and if I need to cut off his arms and legs while I'm on the high ground, then I will do so. So let's go back to the chat here and quickly check out what's going on. Can we talk about the corrupt election now? Possibly. Arcnolia Strokelbean says, been trying to do something with Cronin for a couple of years with no success. Yeah, that is unfortunate, especially since you are a producer and you do spend $25 a month to help him out. That's weird. I think I hear a military helicopter. Somewhat loud. All right, there it goes. Definitely not about me, no, but you know, I am close to certain pathways that lead to military bases and such. So they will fly from time to time over the household. Damn it! I'm getting messaged here, and I want to read it, but I don't want to read it out loud because it is a private message. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, my phone lines are open, and when I mean phone lines, I'm talking about Skype. Call me up, Devious Dave Rose, on Skype. Give me your thoughts on things. Give me an opportunity to maybe have a drink here and like take a breath from talking so much, and let me know what you think. Tell me if I'm right. Tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if you like ice cream. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. And yeah, Joe Cronin, I know you're listening out there, and I know that you're going to probably be mad or something like that or talk some shit. But come on now, and let's talk it out. I mean, I'm sure that you can agree with me with the points that I made. I mean, I did provide a very solid argument here tonight, and if this was in front of a grand jury, I literally would be coming out as the winner. Oh, we got the one, the only Clam Baked showing up in the chat. What's up, my Jaga? Smoking the greens and staying all clean, I hope, my friend. But, yeah, so my point here today was basically to expose the bullshit that was stated yesterday. And again, I'm not saying I'm not going to work with Joe. It's not saying I don't like Joe. It's saying basically like, look, Joe, come on, man. Come on, man. I'm going to call you out on your shit. And I expect you to do that with me. But look, you can't pull this bullshit. You can't call me a baby. You can't use your little fucking goon squad to fucking back you up and be your yes men. When, look, I'm a one-man army. I will destroy them all. And yeah, they're going to bitch and whine like, oh, Dave Rose thinks he's all tough and badass and he's so smart and stuff. Yeah, the record kind of shows that I am. So the thing is, though, you people might as well just acquiesce, bend the knee. Many have done before. There's no shame in that. No shame at all. For once you choose to bend the knee, your sins shall be washed away. After all, I am associated with Nikki Nines, and me personally being the saint of mongoloids, morons, and maniacs and misfits. I do have that ability to wash away your sins. You don't even have to confess your sins to me. You just have to bend the knee and kiss the ring, and your sins shall be washed away. You shall be saved, and you shall be better for it. But it's not like I'm going to just ignore things. And when you have people like Jake, who's made it very clear that he has an agenda against me, okay, this is very clear. You can't deny this. And this has happened, this is now the fourth time, I would say, in the last 2 months that Jake has taken some major pot shots against me. So it's just inexcusable and undeniable. Let's look back at the chat here. Clambake says, lucky you're not in America having to deal with election bullshit right now. Well, we're dealing here with Trudeau and his corruption, so same shit, different pile. Jeebus the God says, hey, what's up, the devious one? Not too much, man. Hope you're doing well today on Wednesday, November the 4th. Emsgirl07 says, hi, Dave. That's an interesting name. And Steve Langenheim says they gave Biden Michigan, which I think is bullshit because we know that Trump won Michigan, and a lot of ballots were thrown out. There's been a lot of fraud, and I'm thinking when you say they, you're probably talking NBC or CNN. People that have no knowledge and in fact are part of what's called Project Mockingbird, which was a CIA program that was set up specifically to infiltrate all aspects of the media so that once, and this is something that has been said, sorry, I don't accept calls from multiple people. This is my show, and if you want to call in, you call me individually. I lost my train of thought here. This was important. What was it? Let me just play this. This is something that has been. God says, "Hey, was Dave?" They gave Michigan. Trump won Michigan, and a lot of fraud and calls from multiple people. This is my. I don't know. I got distracted. Fraud, Michigan, something like that. Also, I don't appreciate. I really do not appreciate being added. Okay, not acceptable. One more time, and I'm going to name you people. Casey is Raw, Arcnolia Strokelbean. Who else is in this group? Dr. Earl. If I get a call from all you again as a group call, I'm blocking all of you. Okay, I'm doing a show right now. If you want to call in, you can call in individually, and I will add you to the call. But one more time that I receive a group call, whoever's in that group call, you're blocked. I am done with this fucking retardation. Okay? I said this the other day. Do not add me to group calls. It's very simple. You send a message. Hey, Dave, can we add you to the call? Very simple. No. These people continue to do the same thing over and over again. Okay? This is not acceptable. I got enough bullshit to deal in with my life. I do not need to tell you people how to think logically. The amount of imposition and insult that so many of you out there put onto others is unbelievable. My Skype line is not the bat phone. Just because I'm available doesn't mean you can just say, let's just add Dave Rose randomly. Imagine if someone did that to you, or do you not have enough self-respect to think about that? You know what? I'm going to take a little break here. I'm going to be back in 5 minutes, probably less. I'll just play a little fucking song here so that you guys won't get bored. Well, I'm back. Back again. And we're continuing to talk about the absolute bullshit that goes on. And I decided to put up an image on the screen right now of what people see me as. So let me embody that view. They want me to see me as the Fuhrer? Then I will be the Fuhrer. Got no problems at all living up to their fucking delusions, to their fucking insanities. But if you're looking for a tyrant, you fucking found one. I'm calling this shit out, and I'm not holding back. Consider it what you will. Get your panties in a bunch. Get all offended for all you fucking care. Doesn't change the fact that I have enough self-respect that I'm going to be honest. Now we got a bigwig from the community called in, and of course I would never hesitate to take his call. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the one, the only, Foulmouth Ken.
Nein! Sprechen Sie angeleiten Deutschen.
Schwarzenegger,
I like that photo of you
Bratwurst.
as a. I like that photo of you as a Nazi.
Yeah, you know, I mean, my haircut suits it, so.
I mean, you're missing your neck a little bit. You got no neck. I noticed necks.
That's right.
But yeah, but I didn't hear this till you reviewed it, and damn, I don't blame you for being a little upset. You know.
I appreciate that. Oh, hold on a second here. Yeah, Skype's stupid. Let's welcome the one, the only, the Nine God, Nikki Nines.
Please.
And,
you may call me the
yeah, I
Nine
appreciate that, Ken. You know, I mean, Joe got 330,000 viewers last night, which is very cool, man. Like, that's 1/3 of a million people. But yeah, basically, that's what happened yesterday. And you heard what I said, so you realize that literally people were piling on me for not being on the show.
Yeah. I mean, you said you weren't saying anything in the chat, right, at all? So like about it, and they were like saying you.
I
were something?
I wasn't bitching about it. I was like someone would say something stupid. I'm like for example, that sense of morality guy. He was talking about Trudeau being like Nixon. I'm like, this guy's a faggot. Like, he supports Trudeau. And he's like, no, I supported the Greens, blah, blah, blah. Like, or I was saying, like, I'm not bitching, or there's too many people on the call. Like, but I wasn't like, I demand that you do this or take these people on the call like that. It's just like, people start saying, oh, stop bitching. I'm like, I'm not bitching. Like, you guys do your show. Do your thing. Like, I'm not demanding to be on there. So just do it. Again, I was totally cool as a cucumber yesterday, man. I was fucking doing my thing, my laundry, my fucking food prep and all that. Like, I was busy and I wasn't, demanding or expecting to be on the show.
Yeah, no, I mean, from what I heard of that, it sounds kind of stupid. I mean, why? I mean, and it's common sense, dude. Like, we know from over on fucking Young Irrelevant that when you have that many people on a call, it's just kind of a shit show. Like, it's not fun. And especially when you got monkeys like Bullfrog on, it's like, fuck, seriously? I'm gonna have to listen to this guy's point of view. This guy's like the reason that you should have to pass a test to vote. So
you make a good point.
Wait, he brought Bullfrog on to talk politics?
Yep.
What, dude?
Your incredulousness is shared by many other people in the community because they've expressed the same feelings as well.
Dave, I played a video of him. That was about it, but I wouldn't bring him on for a political fucking show. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and then you had like 9 other people like Garguts and there's a few other people that just weren't adding anything, but they were there on the call. I mean, not sure why you had them on there, Joe. But they were there.
He's dealing with scraps. You know what I mean? Biscuits and scrappings.
Yeah, but then demanding that I go on the show and stuff. It's just like, but hold on, you've made your bed. Sleep in it. I mean, like, you're the one that chose to go on air with 10 people. Like, I was going to go on, but as soon as I saw that there was 10 people, I'm like, what's the point?
You know the all-star team, Bubby. You know, he's dealing with the bottom of the barrel. You know what I mean? He's dealing with the leftovers from last night's dinner. You know, biscuits and scrappings, bro.
Fuck, last week. Shit.
Well, you know what? Joe can take offense at that all he wants, but it is the truth, okay? Like, he is scraping the bottom of the barrel, and yes, it is hard for him to find quality people. Well, when he does find one, like moi, do you really think that the way that I've been treated is acceptable?
No, I mean, listen, what do you think me and Joe don't fucking do business anymore for, you know, or, you know, even talk to each other, for Christ's sake? There's a reason for it, you know? He doesn't know how to fucking treat people right. You were talking about respect before. There's no respect. There's no fucking, like, you know, like, if you work with him, you barely talk to him off air. It's a weird thing. It's very weird.
And I want to talk to him off air. I try to reach out to him, but, like, I can't get a hold of the guy. But, you know, me making this video, now I'm going to get a shit on. Now he's going to fucking get mad at me because I can't reach the guy, so I make a fucking video and I fucking express myself. Something that I would have liked to do, you know, with him in private. But how often do I have the opportunity to do so? Or for him to even listen?
Yeah. Unfortunately, he's not that good of a communicator at all. You know, that's part of the problem.
Yeah. Which is weird because you'd think he would be, you know?
Yeah. Well, especially with the people that would basically have and would work for him for free, basically. And you know what I mean? You would think that those people would get a little bit of respect in return.
Yeah.
But,
well, it's not even that, man. Like, not even I get he's busy, but if you ask him something, and people say he replies with, "Oh, come on me." It's like, wait, what? And what the fuck?
Yeah, it's always
weird. Fuck.
So, you know, yeah, it's always something like, let's bring our wives together and fuck. You know, put my dick in your ass. It's like, yo, what do you want to talk about tonight? Like, what do you want to go over tonight as far as what do you want me to do about this? Come titties, twat, and fuck nerds. See you later. And I'm like, what? The fuck are you talking about?
Maybe he's maybe he's an alien. And there's some special fucking language he's trying to talk to you, and you're supposed to decipher that shit.
Yeah, man.
No, but the thing is, though, it's always it is always comedy with Joe, and this is I've said this for years, and I've noticed this all my life is that people will use comedy in an attempt to diffuse a difficult situation, one specifically that they don't have the intellectual fortitude to properly debate. So how better way to disengage and disarm your potential opponent than by utilizing comedy to try to alleviate the situation? And I've always hated that. As a kid, I could recognize what people were trying to do. I'm like, no, this is a fucking serious topic. Why are you making a fucking joke out of it?
Yeah, I can't speak on that because I do it too much. So.
Yeah, but my question is, did any of those motherfuckers on his panel even vote?
Like, I think some of them did. I think, I believe Jake DeMarco did, but I believe I may have heard that he voted for Biden, which means that I've lost all respect for the guy.
Mexican vote.
Nerdy, I believe, did vote, and he did vote. Like he's a Trump supporter, so at least that vote wasn't lost. You know, Bullfrog said he voted for Trump, so at least he has some value.
Did they even let Bullfrog vote?
Yeah,
I mean,
let him vote.
Can he?
No, well, when he votes, they strap a CCM helmet on him first. But Dave, you were talking about the Jake DeMarco situation, and I've had the Jake DeMarco nuclear weapon used against me as well.
Really?
And oh yeah, Joe likes to go to that Jake DeMarco nuclear weapon because he knows that Jake DeMarco is beloved by a lot of people, right? Because he's like this cute teddy bear who always is getting sick, and you want to help.
Yep.
Kilometer in him, and change his diaper and wipe his and you want to you think of him like that. So a lot of people have a nice heart towards him, which I get. So Joe likes to use that nuclear weapon against people because he knows that that's a very crucial, weapon.
How dare you criticize someone who's physically ill? It doesn't matter what they said that that they talk shit.
I'm not making fun of him being ill or anything.
No,
I'm
but
just
that's the argument that would be used. It's like Jake talks shit, you respond, and somebody would say, and it's not just Joe. It's like his fans, like the fucking DeMarco fucking marks. They're like, how dare you say something critical of DeMarco? Can't you see he's suffering? It's like, but he talks shit. Of course I'm going to fucking respond.
Yeah, I'm not trying to make fun of the guy that he's sick or anything. I don't even know if he's sick or
No,
not.
I'm just saying that people will use that argument against you. If you try to respond to Jake, they'll say, well, how dare you because he's sick. It's like that has nothing to do with my response.
Well, yeah, I'm just painting it's like a that's his persona at this point is like, and that's why people love him and feel bad for him and all this shit. So,
but it's a persona. That's what it is. People need to get it through their minds. That's not him.
It is a persona. I mean, come on. I'll tell you the truth. When I get the Jake nuclear weapon used against me, you know the argument. It's Ken got Jake fucking swatted. The worst possible thing.
Yep, they keep bringing that up.
Against a guy, against a guy like Jake, the worst possible thing you could do is to get him swatted. So that's what he paints me as. Meanwhile, I have ample proof of Jake DeMarco writing me back, verbally telling me back that no, Ken, it was a year after that happened. I doubt it had anything to do with you in the first place, and I don't know why Joe even says that. But I'm not going to go and put it out there for everybody to see it until I might have to one day. But, like, it is what it is. He uses – that's one of Joe's line of defense. He has plenty of – he has about 3 or 4 walls of defense built up in front of him. And those are certain people and things. I'm not going to say names any more than what we're talking about here, but he's got walls of defense. And, unfortunately, you went on there. And, maybe part of it, they could say, well, Dave is maybe Dave is defensive, or if Dave don't get to speak, he gets mad, or whatever the case may be. But the bottom line is you could tell that in just the clips that I heard that you played, you could tell that those guys have probably spoken to each other about this behind the scenes. Okay, for them to all react that same way about like, oh, fuck that, I'll shut up to Dave. Wait, no, I'll do this. Hey, I'm telling Dave, shut up. I'm the new liberal. All that shit has obviously been spoken about.
To be honest, I don't necessarily believe that could be true because here's the thing. To counter your point, is that I've seen this before on Joe's show where if you can get the mob mentality fucking going, you focus in the mark and everyone will just pile on them. So it's not necessarily it was pre-planned. It's just that you get everyone revved up and focused on a target.
All right, maybe I could be wrong, but what I noticed one other thing. I noticed when Joe said, if that's not him, it's not him. But if it is, he's a crybaby. It's like, yeah, what else could it be, Joe? Besides those 2 things, if it's not him, it's not him. But if it is him, he's a crybaby. Like, what the fuck does that even mean?
Well, Ken, what did you think when he sort of did that little soft jab at Nikki? Basically saying, oh, well, Dave, he doesn't want to come on because, he's riding with evil.
Riding with the evil, man. Riding with the devil. That's what you are, bro. You're AC/DC right now, running with the devil, bro.
It's Big Evil. We got Big Evil here on the call.
You did a show with me the other night, which I loved and I enjoyed.
I enjoyed that too, though. It was fucking 4 people. Perfect. Everyone still leaned to the right, but the differentiation in opinions and views gave, like, even with conservative people, we gave a fucking stellar show with such varying opinions that it was like a fucking rainbow that wasn't gay.
Dude, it's so weird you're saying that because I've gotten, like, so many people have sent me messages saying, and I didn't even notice that we did this, but I did want to do this, but I didn't notice that we pulled it off. But honestly, we really went from, okay, you have like 3 or 4 people that are really probably voting for Trump 100%, right? And they're on the same call together, but we didn't bury the other side and we came with like facts and like real deal questions and answers on it. And it wasn't biased. It wasn't like from one side. It wasn't like a team Trump go at fucking, the other side and drill it home. And it was just like, it was even, you know what I mean?
And look how beautiful it was that literally 4 people that consider themselves conservative or lean to the right actually disagreed on a bunch of topics or had just varying opinions on a particular topic that it literally highlighted each person as actually being an individual and not a yes man.
Exactly. Because you speak your mind and you're not afraid to because there's nothing behind it. You know what I mean? It's just wide open. How you feel,
but like lucky me, we both agreed on things, but we had different takes on it. Me and Chris, same. Different takes. Me and you, different takes. But we still sort of, again...
And the three of you have great, strong fucking takes.
Where do you truly find diversity of thought? Definitely not on the left, not in the socialists. In this fucking episode with only 4 people, 4 conservatives who normal stupid liberals would say, well, they're all going to agree. It's all going to be just the same shit over and over. We gave literally a show that was a plethora of colors.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, man. And people really enjoyed it. They were like, you guys weren't biased. It wasn't from like a narrow-minded, area. Like, because if you go listen to some of these shows, man, like, sometimes it gets too far right and too far left, man, for me. I hate it when it's like that. You know what I mean? I try to always fucking, God only knows what's going to happen right now, man. A lot of people are worried right now, and God only knows what's going to happen,
but let me be honest and just be blunt, is compared to your show to what Joe had the other day. And your show, was like 4 hours long or something, but his was like 8.
Yeah, Jesus. So, he had a lot of people on. I was going to go on last night, too, and do the whole thing. Because no matter what channel you were last night, if you put it in the right, title and you're on at the right time, you're going to get views. I knew it. Everybody knew it. And, listen, you're on. You got that many people staring at you and watching your channel. You stay on as long as you can. You know what I mean? And I understand why he stayed on that long. But, it's overkill. It's fucking overkill. It's the same bullshit. It's the same fucking thought process. It's laugh at every joke and yes, yes, yes. There's nothing challenging Joe anymore. There's nothing putting Joe on the spot. There's nothing ruffling Joe's feathers on air. Where is the old Joe that everybody fucking loved and liked and watched, had people, badger him on air and he would fight back and make sense of it. And that person, and it was good. It was tossed up. It was hard. It was on the moment. It was in the moment. And now it's all just, hey, read between the lines, stay between the lines, don't get out of the lines,
Well, I can't say that his job is easy, because he does have to do this for a living, and he does have to acquiesce to people that are essentially paying him for them to feel special and so forth, and, be featured, or whatever, okay? That's understandable. But, have some self-respect.
Dave, it doesn't need to be that. It's turning into something, he's turning it into a business that is something like, okay, you know what, you want to come on, you get on by doing it this way, and like now you're on your spot, and like now you're paying for a spot, and it's like, come on now, man, really? That's what you get enough. You have enough support. You have enough people loving what you do to fucking keep it the way it was. What happened to the way it was? About the team, where it was the team, that was built, that was, the belt stayed in that team. It was that team. It was those people. It was that crew. When you came back in, it was like a team, and then all of a sudden it changed into like, these spots are for,
Well, it goes back to, sorry.
Pay to play, it's like fucking, but go ahead.
Yeah, it does look like that, and I kind of agree that it probably is like that, Okay, I'm not going to delude myself into not thinking that D. Welsh isn't featured on the show because he fucking dropped some major money. But that's the thing, though. I'm not taking that away from him. But the thing, it ends up with Joe and how he wants to choose to run his show. It's his choice. It's his choice to even have me on there. But again, I'm not going to look myself in the mirror every day and say I did not try my best to be honest, and that I didn't try to live up to my ideal and have some self-respect. I can't do that. And, if it means me calling out Joe, doing a show like this, and exposing the bullshit, because it is bullshit, because it's just not one person. It's not just Joe. It's the JCS Army around it. Including some high lieutenants like fucking Jake DeMarco. I'm not going to fucking hold my tongue, especially now. You're going to get only Dave Rose, and that's it. And if people can handle it, well, figure it out. I'm not going to figure it out for you.
Well, I was just going to say that not all the people on there are obviously on there because they pay money to be there. You have been on there. He got other guys on there that I don't think donate, that are on there just because of, who they are once in a while. You know what I mean? But for the most part, the people that are surrounding him, and I guess, are these people that he could trust? I mean, like, does he think he could trust some of these people? What do you think?
I don't believe so, to be honest. I mean, maybe Drew. Well, actually, yeah, I do believe he does trust Drew, which is kind of funny because he doesn't trust me as much as Drew, because Drew can provide this post show for I think it's the Monetize This post show. Or possibly the Corrupted show. I don't even know, but it's exclusive on Drew's Patreon, but it is a Joe Cronin show production type thing. But you know, when we were going to do this Extreme Wrestling podcast, which is one of the many projects that were basically started and abandoned by Joe, me and JB were forced to go through Joe to submit our work. We weren't given access to the channel because Joe never thought of maybe separating, you know, his main channel from all these other ones. So it all had to go through Joe. And because of that, things got delayed to the point where JB and I were talking, saying, well, what's the point? I mean, the stuff that was relevant 2 weeks ago isn't relevant anymore, but he still has to upload 2 videos. But, you know, we bent over backwards. I mean, JB did talk about this a little bit on Nikki's Confessions, but yeah.
Yeah, I heard that one.
Nikki, you there?
Oh, sorry. Was I supposed to come in and talk?
I don't know. I'm giving people opportunity to
No,
speak.
he did. Yeah, he did. He talked about it. And, you know, he was pretty fair and honest about things, but he did say the stuff that Joe did. He did say the issues there were with Joe. I don't know, man. As I said, a lot of all this is before my time. All I can really judge is by the stuff that I hear. And what I hear is Joe. I don't know how good the show used to be. I kind of just know how it is now. And he's surrounded with people that, I don't know. I mean, they don't do anything. Like, what the fuck does Always Nerdy do? You know? I mean, Drew, you could count on him for being Drew, but that's it. You said Jesse's hit or miss. DeMarco, does DeMarco go on Monetize This much?
No.
So he's just strictly wrestling?
Yeah.
How long has he been doing the wrestling for?
2016, I would think.
2016. So when did he start getting sick?
He's been sick prior to that, I believe.
Oh, okay. I thought it was just, you know, getting it from Joe, which would do that to anyone. I don't know, man. I mean, it's what it is. Joe's who he is, dude. He if he's messing with people like you, he needs to take it more seriously. Like, if he has people that he can actually get something out of and there's talent there, you have to dedicate time to it. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm just some asshole on the internet that fucks around. But if I see talent, especially in this community where it's hard to find talent, because a lot of the community is really fucking weird. So your show completely depends on you having entertaining people around. You have to, or your brand in general, you have to dedicate like time of yours to saying, all right, let's cultivate this. Let's do something with this. You can't put it off because then you're just going to piss people off. People don't like to fucking waste time. Especially you. You fucking hate it.
Well, let me tell you, Nick, you work with me, right? So you know how like the three of us will come together for our show and we'll discuss, you know, if we're gonna have someone on, if we're not, what we're doing, basically, you know, that whole thing. We come together and we actually communicate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like that's the part that is missing a lot of, and that's what kind of like. You ever heard of communication is key? Like that, just a little bit of communication goes a long fucking way. That goes back to when I was friends with Joe, and Scott was right in the middle of me and Joe's friendship, right? And unbeknownst to me, Scott was going to Joe and telling him, you know, Ken has bad news. He's talking shit. And then he would come to me and basically talk shit about Joe, engage me in it. And then I would say shit to him, which I was also saying to Joe. But the thing wasn't there that I could get it across to Joe that I was like, Joe was pissing me off with certain situations and certain frustrations I was having. And I was trying to tell him about them, which were very easy things to just wipe away and just come to a conclusion and it'd be behind us very easily. But instead of that, it turned into this whole big fucking thing with Scott right in the middle of it because of the lack of communication, then turned into no communication whatsoever. The only communication I had was when I would jump on Monetize This or jump on Corrupted. And it turned into that, where that was it. It turned into just talking to him on air.
Hey, Ken.
So-
Ken.
Yeah.
Whoa, deja vu.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
You're basically explaining what I've been going through as well. And everyone, even JB has talked to me about this privately. And I know he's talked to you privately about it, Ken, and other people. Like, I mean, JB's been honest about this, publicly and privately, is that he's gone through the exact same thing. You try to reach out to Joe seriously about something that he wanted to do, that you're trying to help him out in, and you get some fucking weird fucking stupid message, and it's all comedy, and it's all a joke, and just kidding, not kidding.
Yes, sometimes you're like, you'll talk to him about things, like even when he does engage you in a conversation, and it's just like you'll lose him halfway through. It's it's very weird. I mean, I don't know if he's just that type of person, because like when you speak to him like face to face and you meet him and you deal with him behind the scenes where there's no cameras, there's no footage there, and it's just him. He's very like fast talking, kind of like, and the reason I say used car salesman is because like you ever meet people in life that when they talk to you on the street and it's just you and them, they're very, very quick. They jump around in the conversation and it's like you just want to get the fuck out of there. They just want to get away.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Well, that's kind of how it is with him when you're face to face with him. I don't know if he's aware of that. I guess that might be who he is,
Well, what I'm going to say about that is if he does do that with you guys or people in general, like that works, I think, if it's like a paid thing. But if you're having people on just to be on your show and they're not like your friends, see, the thing is like Mars, Ken and I get along. Like I get along with Dave. We talk.
We laugh. We have a good time.
we laugh. And if you don't do that, it makes it real hard to have a working relationship, especially if you're not getting paid. It's like, what the fuck's the point? I'm not coming on your show to entertain for you when you're just going to tell me, come dick titties. It's like, who gives a fuck? You're wasting my fucking time. You're fucking clown shoes.
Very true.
You just reminded me of this, Nick, and you're perfectly on fucking target right there. I think now, you know what? The clout train alone is enough. I don't need to fucking communicate with so many people. You want to jump on my show? I'm giving you the exposure. I'm putting you in front of 300,000 people last night, whatever the case may be. And you know what? That's how you get your exposure. And you know what? That's how it was with me in the beginning.
Ken, I'm really
sorry.
sorry to interrupt you, but just like 30 seconds ago, Ronald Booth, the inquisitor of information, gave us a very juicy tidbit here. DeMarco just tweeted a video about this. Dave, you have to check it out. So it's on his Twitter right now. You want to check it out at twitter.com/countdownended.
Have we said anything that bad? Oh, that we're saying?
when I speak the truth and I actually go against the current, people are willing to again come to Joe's defense, because after all, white knighting is a popular sport these days in the cancel culture movement. So he's wearing, from what I see, and I'm not gonna unmute it, but it's a 50-second clip. He's wearing a little mini dunce cap. He's reading a book and he's trying to act all.
He's gonna go comedy with it. That's what.
That's great point, Ken. Great point.
Comedy guy now, right? He's gonna go comedy with it. Really? Like, does he really want to go comedy with things? Really? Does he really?
Well, I don't know if he wants to with you, because the fact is you literally have a clown on call that you can literally call up at any point, and Tommy NC will dress up any way you want, and fucking he'll go scare like little kids and film it.
Man, is he shower? Like, what is he doing? What is it like? He has to respond that quick.
Yeah,
got to get on. Is this another one of these? I got to get on Twitter to make myself feel good moments, like so many people have.
Again, remember how this a lot of the times during this show, I did raise the point that he just can't let go of the fact that I had a blowout with Joe, and he was always his white knight. So after that point, at every point, he'd try to fucking take a shot at me.
Dave, how many people we have watching right now?
We have about 39. At one point, we were about 40.
Okay, so 39, 40 people. Is it that serious, the three of us speaking right now, just like our path and what we think and how we see?
It's blasphemy, dude. We're going against the word of a god in his mind.
Is it that important that it has to be, I got to get on Twitter and I got to make a video right now to get this narrative out there?
That's right. You got to control that narrative just like a Democrat. And again, from what I gathered, he did vote for Biden. So he is taking a page from their strategy book.
Fucking shit, man. The fucking the want to be needed and fucking
acknowledged.
acknowledged is like over the top with these. I mean, I just got done saying it not too long ago. Look at some of these people. Drew was on his show the other night. People are sending me fucking voice, voice things of him. What are they? Clips, right? Of him coming in, and there's like 5 of them, and it's Drew saying things like, several sources right now are telling me that Trump's gonna lose Harris, and he's like reporting and saying that I have 3 sources coming in. I have a couple of sources coming in, like he's a fucking news reporter. And the person said it to me. He said, "Oh, look, Drew's a news reporter now." And like and I'm like, is this guy for real? Like the way, the seriousness and how fucking like these guys think like they're fucking like some kind of reporting gods now on the internet. Like we have a hit show on TV. Thousands of people watch us. We're so popular. We got to get on Twitter and we got to take the Twitter right away. So, oh my God, the 30 or 40 people that might hear about this on another show and paint it in a bad picture, we have to combat that right away. Take to the airwaves. Let's go live. Hurry up. Like let's get on Twitter. Let's say our video to defend ourselves. Hurry up. We can't look at it.
Well, I don't have any bad feelings towards Drew, but I can't deny what you're saying is factually correct, that there is an effort to strain importance by utilizing a phrase like "I have multiple sources that state." So I can see where you're coming from. But I mean, the thing is though, here's the thing though, Drew is not a bad guy. Look, is his reporting style boring? I've said this publicly and privately. He accepts it. He's fine. But that's the thing, though. He's cool because he's willing to do his own thing. No problem. He doesn't give a fuck that people find him boring. That's cool, man. I love it when people do their shit and don't give a fuck. The difference is, though, he's not a yes man to the level that fucking DeMarco is. In fact, I don't think he's that much of even a yes man. He'll go along to get along. But he'll disagree with Joe straight on the fucking air. DeMarco, though, will fucking go to fight for Joe at every fucking instant. There's a big difference between the two, and I have much more respect for Drew than I do for fucking DeMarco.
Well, what is DeMarco saying right now on Twitter? Did you hear it or not?
I didn't listen to it, but you guys can listen to it if you want. I don't care, to be quite honest.
Play it on. You don't want to play it on
Actually,
here?
you know what? Why not? Yeah, it should come out actually on the stream. Okay, so let's do that. That's why I need a producer. So there we go. So producer Ken. Here we go. We're gonna play this.
All right, cool.
So all he does is he's turning the page. Here we go. Here we go. Fat ass DeMarco, stupid, dumbass, greasy, fuck piece of shit. DeMarco. Let's hear that once more, fatty. Yet again, Jake shows himself to be the dumb fuck that he is. Maybe he's got a 5-second attention span.
Why?
Maybe it's related to his weight. I don't know, and I don't give a fuck. There we go. Well, I mean, it was kind of funny. I'll give him that. That end part was kind of funny. He was crying and the music's playing and stuff. But yeah, to be so quick to jump on top of it when, like, come on, man. Like, and you know what? I do have to love Biden for that fucking, because I'm saying come on, man, too often. But fact is, like, it's been clear that he's had it out for me, and there's been times where, like on that debate show the other time with Bullfrog, where I would bring up topics to him and be like, yeah, but this and that. It's like, but hold on, that's not how debate works. I literally made this point about this criminality, and you're just glossing over it to move back and make a, like a deflection. So I can't not call that out. But no, I'm the arrogant one. Oh, Dave Rose, he's trying to strong arm people. I'm sorry to do this Scott accent. I'm actually trying to differentiate. No, but like, yeah, Dave Rose, he's trying to fucking strong arm people. He's trying to fucking, intimidate people and, overbearing and this and that. It's just like, no, it's nothing close to that.
Yeah, well, I've been called a bully, and I said it. Now it's saying that I go after him as a father, and I'm a fucking strong arming, and You know, it's like whatever.
Here's the thing: how often do I even make these streams where I fucking call people out or talk, drama or whatever bullshit and stuff that's going on? Where I even just try to defend what's been said against me. When most of the time I'm just like, okay, fine, whatever. Let's let the kids say what they want to say and stuff. But when I do speak out, it's usually because it's a bigger deal than normal, and I've taken enough punches where I say, it's time to hit back.
Listen, like I said, I think Drew takes himself a little too serious. That's all I think about him. Like, I don't even really harp on the whole puts me to sleep thing. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really fuck with that much, but he takes himself way too serious. And you know what? You are right about what you said. He does disagree with Joe from time to time on air that I could hear, and I don't listen much, so I can't really gauge it, but you are right about that. But as far as DeMarco, with me and my past with him, it's like as long as I'm friends with Joe, then I guess I was cool with DeMarco. I guess if I wasn't cool with Joe, then I will never hear from DeMarco again. That's just basically how it is now. And you know what? Joe does use DeMarco against people. Right. It's just no. You know what I mean? Because he knows the love that people have.
You're cutting out there, Ken.
I don't know. Somebody's taking a shower.
Ken, you're cutting out.
Somebody's taking a shower. It sounds like somebody's taking a shower in the background.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Is that you,
I'm
Nick?
frying shit. I'm cooking. Yeah, I'm cooking.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, so go ahead. Ken.
Like, what
This fucking guy. This fucking guy.
Oh yeah, hey guys.
You go fry your Asian stir fry, buddy. Go eat some rice.
It's not.
He just won Michigan. He needs 6 votes. He needs Nevada.
It's not over. Don't say it's not over.
No.
It's not over. It's not
Actually,
over.
there's evidence that they've been throwing out pro-Trump ballots and stuff, and they're slowly tracking down the people that were dumb enough to put this out on Instagram, and they're tracking down the people that took photos of this, where they know the location where these files were thrown. Have faith. Be patient.
They're not going to get away with it. They're not.
No, they're not. They will definitely not get away with this. All eyes are on them, and justice will be served.
I'm positive.
Have faith in God.
I'm positive that right now they are gathering up information, both visual. Who had a press conference? Biden, Giuliani. What did he say? And what were they saying?
Trump already said he's taking this to SCOTUS.
Yeah, so it's a national investigation.
And his lawyers are coming into all these fucking states that magically decided to stop counting when Trump was essentially just about to win. And they decided, let's delay counting for 4 hours. So they can count 94% within 5-6 hours, but they've got to wait for the last 6% until Friday. If you're dumb enough to believe that this isn't fraud, you need a bullet in the fucking head.
Serious, man. They're trying to fucking. This is exactly what
They're
they planned.
trying to steal it. Don't let them.
Yeah. It's pretty obvious what's going on. You don't need to be a fucking idiot to figure it out.
Well, apparently there were quite a few in the chat yesterday of Joe Cronin's election show, because they could not seem to comprehend the possibility that, despite the fact that the Democrats have literally been telegraphing that they were going to do exactly this 4 years ago when Trump got elected.
And if Pelosi will be president, if anything. And that's the way that they planned it. Because now, either way, even if Biden becomes president somehow, some way, it's still Kamala Harris is going to be president. Or Pelosi will be president. And you know what? It's going to be very hard. But you know what? If there's anybody to fucking get this fight done, it'll be Trump, man. Because they're going to have to prove that there's fraud all over the shit. And I have a feeling that they're gathering up information as we speak.
I've received information about that as well. Unlike Drew, I can point to my sources, but I don't want to identify them. But for example, if Ken wants to know the source or Nikki does, I will provide it to them, and they will be able to independently verify that this is an actual source. So again,
all I know is CNN.
Well, that's the thing, though.
Right.
I definitely don't listen to anything when it comes to mainstream media. But when I do my research, I find out things. Just like where Jacob Real Prada lives.
Okay, well, I don't know anything about all that.
I'm the only one that does for the moment. And we'll keep it that way.
Dude, what's going on with that shit? I saw the message you, I guess you put out there, like something happened.
He shouldn't be talking about my father.
He was talking about your father?
Mm-hmm. And it's not appropriate. If he wants to talk about me, that's fine. But, if he
When the
wants
hell-
to extend it, well, we're going to have some problems, aren't we?
When was
Mr.
this,
Knight
Dave?
Clerk.
Dave,
What's that?
when was this?
About 2 days ago. Actually, hold on. Yeah, it was. Let me think here quickly. It was actually on Monday, the day that you had your stream. Prior to that, I had done my own stream, and he was there, although not under his name. And then he was in your stream, also reiterating some of these thoughts. So, if that's what he wants to do, and there's going to be an action to every reaction. But that was his choice.
He was under an alternate name?
Yep.
Well, quick question. How many people you said were in Cronin's chat last night? Or how many people were watching him?
I remember at one point about 330,000 viewers.
Jesus.
Now, the video currently says it only has 9,000 views. We know that YouTube's fucked up. But I literally remember looking back, and people were in the chat saying, and I think some people went on the show and said the same thing, you literally beat fucking the Young Turks, Joe Rogan, and
Rogan had 600,000.
I think there was Alex Jones or somebody else was on there. But that's what people were saying in the chat. That's what I remember. But I do, and again, I wasn't watching Rogan, so I don't know how many viewers he had. All I remember is people saying you beat Rogan, and you beat this, and you beat that, blah, blah, blah. But 300,000 viewers, that's not bad.
Dude, Rogan's show went to shit, bro, that night. What the
I
fuck?
heard about that. I didn't watch, but
This
I
show
heard.
fucking sucks now, dude. It's garbage since we moved to Texas.
Dude, it was so fucking terribly bad. It was horrible. And at the beginning of the show, he's like, "Welcome to the end of the world, part 2." Like it's some big fucking broadcast you're putting on. Number one, he didn't even have Alex Jones on, which he was supposed to come there and fucking hang out.
That's
and get
right,
drunk.
he was.
Yeah, number two,
That would've been
it was
awesome.
like it was so rushed. It was 3.5 hours, and it wasn't. It's like, dude, you know what? It's like this guy has gathered such a fucking following now at this point. It's like now you're gonna turn around and become like a fucking 3-hour stream guy with nobody on. You have these two fucking guys on. The one guy he had on, it was horrible. I couldn't even listen to him. And you know what? It was a dud. It was a fucking dud.
That's unfortunate.
It really. Yeah, dude. It's fucking. You know, he's weird, man. This guy.
Actually,
things have changed.
Again, I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but thoughts come quickly to my mind. I'm gonna have to provide a cryptic message to somebody out there. If they're listening, this is for you. Okay. Don't contact me. Okay. I'm not your buddy. I'm not your pal, and I'm not your friend. Okay. You don't get the fucking decide to say, okay, well, I'm just gonna stop talking to you, and then contact me a year later, and not even fucking say a goddamn thing. Just put like an image in a fucking a message, an image that doesn't even mean anything to me, and then you fucking disappear for another year, then send me another fucking like just a message like, whoa, buddy, dude, and a link, like no fucking information, and then you contact me again and fucking no context at all, just send me a bunch of photos of whatever.
Fuck D Wells, bro. How dare he do that shit?
No, that's not him. But
I'll just fuck. I'll just fuck.
The bottom line is that I don't understand why people who decide to cut me out of their lives then want to then intrude back on mine when I've agreed to those terms and say, okay, well, you don't want to deal with me. That's fine. I don't want to deal with you now. And they come back. and come back and come back. And it's just like, but I haven't said a thing to you. I haven't
Like
fucking shown any sort of response to the message. Like, as soon as I get those messages, okay, delete and stuff. No, from this point on, every avenue's been now blocked. There's no chance in hell that I'm ever going to hear from you again. You may, well, I mean, I don't think I blocked you on YouTube yet, but I haven't seen a comment from you. Once I do, you're blocked too. But no, it's not Jesse J. It's not Jesse J.
Come on.
This isn't someone who's actually in the community anymore. But the thing is, though, like, don't even bother to contact me. Don't fucking pretend that we're buddies. You know, don't call me your fucking buddy. Okay, because we're not. And, like, don't, like, think logically. You can't just fucking drop out of fucking contact for, like, a year, send just a simple message, and then disappear again, then send another simple message, disappear again. Like, how many times do you want to go through this? Like, I've already fucking ignored every single one. I haven't replied to any one. So, like, why do you continue to fucking contact me? Like, I believe you are subscribed to my channel. I mean, I believe that was what I knew back in the day. I don't see a reason why you would have unsubscribed. But the thing is, though, why? Why are you contacting me? Why are you bothering me? Leave me alone. I'm not your buddy.
I'll tell you why. You got several sources coming right now to me. I got several sources reporting.
Several
of them are reporting right now that this person is secretly in love with you.
No comment.
No comments.
Bottom line is that, like, I can't win. I can't fucking win. I try to fucking be cordial. People expect too much. I fucking be an asshole. No, you're affecting my feelings.
Guess what, man? Dave, we might have Joe Biden as our president, bro.
I'm not going to accept it.
I'm not either. But it might happen.
It's going to SCOTUS. No, I'm not accepting anything until it goes to the Supreme Court. Not accepting a goddamn thing. We already know the fucking fraud existed, so we already know that the Democrats are lying. So no, I don't accept anything until it just goes to show their fucking lies.
Fox News is reporting 264 points for Biden. So you're telling me he's 6 points away from being president? That's what you're telling me.
Dude, they're lying. They're lying. We know that fucking Michigan went red. We know it. We know that Pennsylvania went red. We know that fucking Georgia went red. We know this stuff. Nevada actually went red.
How the fuck are they giving these to him then?
Because they're basically, what they're doing is that there's a lot of people, there's a lot of ballots that actually have either dead people or people that aren't qualified. Like, again, the Democrats telegraphed their fucking plans. They said, we don't want people to be demanded voter ID. Why? Because then little Juan Pablo, who's fucking an illegal, gets paid $20 by fucking the Democrats and he votes 5 times. Okay, and none of those votes count. In fact, he should be in jail for that.
I can't believe this, man. This is fucked right now.
And here's the thing, though. When Trump was first elected, they would say that the next time they would not accept anything. And in fact, they even projected themselves by saying that Trump would dispute any election results. They projected what they were going to do. So Trump knows he won. Okay, everyone knows he won. The problem is that the media, which is guilty of these crimes, is trying to gaslight people into believing that their limited counting is somehow accurate. And we know they're liars. We know they benefit from Trump not being president.
Yeah, and you know why they're doing this? I'll tell you why right now they're doing this. They're doing it because it's going to go to the Supreme Court and Trump's going to win because they're going to cast out those votes and the Democrats are going to say that Trump stole the election to cause a civil war. It's pretty fucking obvious.
Well, it's very similar to what happened in 2000 because, again, and again, it was very obvious. Look, you're sending these recounters to go in Florida, whose governor just coincidentally seems to be the brother of the presidential nominee or the potential electee. I mean, it was so obvious that the fix was in. It's the same play that's going on, and the Democrats have access to a computer system. It's a network of systems called Hammer, and that's the system that they were able to utilize to basically steal the elections.
Bush should have been president, bro.
Yep.
Gore should have been.
Well, that's one.
President.
That's one example. But Hammer was more of an electronic system that came more into play in 2008. And because like they stole a lot of votes from, for example, what was his name, Ron Paul.
Yeah.
And they use this computer system. And again, remember, Soros owns a lot of these voting systems, and a lot of these voting systems, like Diebold, for example, have been connected to countries like China, where they can easily log in remotely and change the election results by changing one number in an unencrypted Excel file.
I don't know, man. Shitty. All I can say is get ready to praise Kamala, I guess, you filthy Americans.
No chance in hell, brother.
I'm going to say right now, I don't think Canada's ever elected a woman to prime minister, have we? We're not that, low. I mean, women, they know the role here. They get in the fucking kitchen in the bedroom.
Well, we did have we had that one prime minister, Campbell.
They damn it, they won't know. They don't pay attention.
Shit. Oh, man.
But all right, so I was kind of half joking about the whole civil. What would be the point, though, right? Like one county got in something like 100,000 votes, and they're all for mail-in votes, and I think it was in Detroit, and they're all for fucking Biden. It's like, if you know it's going to get thrown out, why? What's the point? I mean, wouldn't you be smarter, like a little smarter? See,
the thing is, though, smart people don't need to cheat to win. Only stupid people need to do that. And the thing is, though, it's so evident because some people have literally filmed themselves on Instagram throwing out votes, and they just gloat about it. These people aren't smart. They're stupid. So the fraud that they attempt to accomplish is fingerprinted by their own stupidity. What's Shannon saying?
She's saying that New York City should be like its own separate district because it's like the whole rest of the fucking state of New York voted Trump.
They've
just the city voted fucking Democrat.
They've talked about it.
The whole rest of the fucking the state.
This has been in discussion for a while. They want to make basically everything but New York City called New York or New York State, and then New York City to be called New Amsterdam. They want it separate from the rest of the fucking state, so the state itself can be represented properly, and New York can be the fucking dumb Dems that they want to be.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to know something? All of Long Island practically voted Trump, and all of Long Island was definitely won by Trump. There's no doubt about it. But that doesn't mean shit. Our vote means nothing because the city overpowers us. So, and now Biden gets those electoral votes because the city outweighs everywhere else.
But the fraud was in from the very beginning, and anyone who didn't notice that, shouldn't be commenting on this thing. And it's funny, just going back on what was happening yesterday on Joe Cronin's show, is that I could have come in and easily talked about this stuff, but I've been talking about it for fucking months. Like, again, I've mentioned this. I stopped making my videos because I thought, what was the fucking point? I've been going on for years, saying the same shit over and over again. No one's fucking listening. At least, most people aren't. Some people are, and they took heed, and they fucking recognized it, and they told me, Dave, you were fucking right. But, most people, don't. So it's like, what's the point? What's the point of me calling into a show like Joe's yesterday with 10 people on there and just saying something that would go over most people's heads?
Oh, too late now.
What's the effort? What's the point of making that effort? Because then I get people like, oh, Dave Rose, he just wants to make himself sound smart. He wants to pat himself on the head. He wants to, pat up his ego and stuff. It's like, I didn't even have to fucking be here. But someone asks you for my opinion, I'm confident in, I give it to you, and oh no, now I'm the villain.
The nerve of you.
Seriously, how dare me? How dare me?
nerve of you to come on to fucking our shows and to give us your fucking opinion.
And how dare you be unrepentant and confident in your own opinion? You've got to be timid, a coward, and a pussy like us, and not be willing to raise a stink. No, you've got to be fucking very humble. How dare you, Dave? How dare you?
Yeah. And how dare you want to speak without anybody talking over you? How fucking dare?
Yeah, self-respect. Like, what the fuck is that, man? Like, no, let people talk over you. You're a fucking slave anyways, right? You're an unappreciated piece of shit.
Mm-hmm. Dude, it's the truth. Like that show you guys had over with on Ken's, I was gonna call in, but I'm like, nope, too many people, I'm not doing it. You guys had the perfect amount, perfect vibe. I'm like, I'm not fucking with this, because when it's good enough. You got to leave it alone. No more than 4.
I got about 5 or 6 phone calls from people that normally would jump on with us that I didn't even answer. You know what I mean? Like I was like, you know what? I don't want to overdo it and overkill and put too many fucking people on to kill it. You know what I mean? And I knew it was, that was more than enough. Well, we had me, Chris, and Dave, and Lucky Lowe was there, which was a good mix of like.
It was perfect, man.
Yeah, and you don't need any more. You know what I mean? And hopefully we could cover everything. We didn't get to cover everything, but we got out what we wanted to say, and our predictions are on there as far as like what we thought was going to happen. And I mean, right now it's pretty much going the way that I know I said and you said, right?
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't know the president yet.
Yeah.
I mean, but this is really weird watching Fox and seeing them list this guy fucking 4 points away from winning the presidential, fucking 6 points away from winning. So it's just, I don't understand how they could actually put those up there without verifying.
Dude, you just don't torture yourself. Don't watch the mainstream media. They're just fucking pushing the lie. Fucking Fox are just sellouts as well. So.
Yeah. I know, because you want to know something? I was listening to Crowder before, right? And Crowder was saying all this shit on how Trump couldn't lose right now. And he's like, oh, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. They're going to find out that blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you, they're going to find information. They have it already. Trump knows what he's doing. They know the lawyers know what they're doing. They knew exactly what was going down. They had people in place ready for it to catch these people in the act. And that's what they're going to do. They want to freeze everything right now. And they're trying to freeze the voting, the reading of the votes right now. And like kind of freeze everything in place and get their people everywhere. And so he was kind of saying like, it's inevitable. He'll win the presidency in the long run. Come January, he will be our president. And it made me feel good. I was like, I was feeling good after I heard that. I was just feeling good after I heard that, And I come home and I listen to like the mainstream media for about 20 minutes. And now it's like inevitable again. It's like what you said.
They're trying to gaslight people into believing this.
Yeah, you can't watch these fuckers. You got to fuck away from it, man.
Maybe they're just that arrogant, though. I mean, after the Epstein shit, they're just like, yeah, we could do whatever the fuck we want. No one's going to do shit. No one's going to say anything.
Right. Look at that Epstein shit, dude. You're right. It was brought up. Epstein kills himself, and then that's it. Nobody talks about it again. Nobody mentions it again.
Or the Biden stuff, the Biden laptop stuff.
Dude, that shit pissed me off. Like, I have my criticisms of Trump and shit like that, but dude, seriously, this dude was caught allegedly fucking getting a foot job from his 14-year-old cousin, and it's on a fucking
niece. Think bullfrog.
Niece. Sorry, yeah, niece. Yeah, bullfrog. All right, so for his 14-year-old niece, he's getting a foot job from her. Does a porno about it. It's all this fucked up shit on a laptop that magically fucking disappears, and there's no backup. Fuck you.
FBI stood on that for close to a year. They even verified that it was real.
Jake looks good, man. He looks healthy. He looks good.
No comment.
He looks good in that video, right? He looks like he can make a good video, looking good, nice and hey, it looks good. His color's good. Looking good, bro.
Strong jaw, makes a good yes man.
Shouldn't miss any days at work coming up, looking good, brother.
Well, yeah, all he has to do is just talk wrestling with Joe.
Yeah, man. Very easy.
But hey, I think I got to book time with Joe to help him out with Final Frontier News.
If you know what you're doing, it's very easy. You know what I mean? If you don't know what you're doing, it's not too easy.
Oh, for a wrestling show? Oh, dude, can I plug my show real quick? Got a new one coming Monday nights. It's I'll be reviewing Raw. It's going to be called The Copycat Show. I hope you all fucking tune in.
Copycat review. Copycat review. Can we get some shirts going for that? Come on, Copycat Raw review. Monday night.
Oh fuck, sorry, Dave.
Cat Raw review.
Sounds like a great show.
Guess who just signed on to be a co-host? Jake DeMarco. Can you fucking believe it now?
Oh God.
Yeah, it'll be the third show that he's featured.
I remember going against Joe one time. Do you remember? I don't know if you were in the community at that point, Dave. I think you might have been gone at that point for a little. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Not particularly.
Well, it was one day when I was working with Joe that something happened, and the next day there was like some kind of discussion or something happened on one of the wrestling shows, and the next day Jake DeMarco went on Twitter or something and did a video on Joe, and like all this like.
Oh, when Joe and DeMarco went at it?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember when they went at it.
Said, "You're fired," and he basically fired him, and then he said he was kidding around about him being fired, which he wasn't. He was serious at the time, but he'll tell you he was kidding. And he fired him for like 2 or 3 days, and then they started talking again. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I remember that. So, I mean, Dave, so Jake he's gone up against the gamut, once that I know of. So, I mean, you got to give him that,
Well, that was the one time, and then after that, he fucking fell in line.
Yeah, he did. He did after that, and I never heard from him again and shit. It was like I said before, it was kind of like mine and Dave's relationship was, oh, if you're friends with Joe, you're friends with me. If you're not friends with Joe, I'm not friends with you. That's basically, and I was used basically to be the guy of like, hey, I'm gonna say that Kenny, doxed you and got you fucking swatted. That's cool if I say that. Yeah, go ahead and use me for that. Go ahead, Joe. Use me for that. Meanwhile, when I spoke to him behind the scenes, it was, dude, that was not you. Like, I never blamed you for that. I never connected you with that. I don't know why Joe even says that. And I was like, well, have you had conversations with Joe about that? No, I haven't. I don't know why he even uses that. So that's what was said to me. You know what I mean? But Joe keeps using this as far as last week mentioning it. So it's like he's still mentioning this shit. But meanwhile, the guy who he's defending, so-called, told me that it had nothing to do with me. I would never dox anybody, bro. This guy's trying to paint me as like somebody who doxes people. Fucking for real. That's why I want to kick him in his fucking little Boston nuts. But it's like...
Me either. Okay, what's your number again?
Well, I don't have the urge to be physical with Joe, but...
Well, I let him fucking cold stun me, bro. Come on. I'm owed one. I'd love to get into a ring with that fuck up, bro. I would love. Just put me in a ring with Joe. Just you guys want to see fireworks? Put me in a fucking ring with Joe.
What fireworks? Dude? It would be over. Like literally one move, you just fucking do a side body slam and he just lay there. It'd be fucking funny.
I would put him in the rack for you, bro. I'd fucking. I would put that motherfucker in the rack for you, bro. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you, bro. Joe would not last a minute. He would not last a minute in the ring with me. He wouldn't. In any fight, whether it's boxing, MMA, wrestling, whatever he wants to do.
How about arm wrestling?
Anything he wants to do. Hockey, arm wrestling, basketball, anything he wants to do. Table tennis, anything. Destroy him in every sport.
Now that you said that, get ready for all the memes this week. But yeah.
Me and him playing tennis racket or like
playing cornhole, because that's a big thing in Boston.
I'd even play him in fucking beer pong and beat his ass, dude. Trust me.
Okay,
Listen,
I'm expecting somebody to Photoshop that screaming face of Cronin on a ball that's being thrown by Ken into the mug.
Nick, if you noticed the other night, I said I got some of the All-Star team on tonight with me, meaning me, my cousin, Lucky Lowe, and only Dave Rose, right? But I meant the other All-Stars, like fucking my boys. That's why I said some of the All-Stars, right? Because that was an All-Star lineup right there that night. I don't know if they know, but that's a lineup you don't really hear together.
Nope.
Ever. And that was a fucking lineup and a half, bro. So, like, I know it is, and I'm not one to brag. You guys know that. I don't brag about shit, okay? I try not to be a braggy fuck. You know, I never do. But I'm proud. And I was proud to have those guys on to show that.
Dude, Lowe, Chris, and even me, your audience harangues you to fucking have them on.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Me, not as much as them. But people have said, "Yo, have Dave Rose on," but like when it comes to Lowe, who's the fucking the man in the fucking outback, like he comes in and this is a big deal. And Chris, man, that guy's fucking beloved, and like whenever he comes on, people want to hear him.
Yeah, he's a funny fuck, man. He made that intro for us too that night, which was great. I mean, I couldn't believe what he put together. You know, couldn't believe it.
Yep.
And just to have, like I said before, just to have the three of you guys tell me what your thoughts were on what's going to happen. You know, these are three, and I know, look, you're a Canadian, right? But you know American politics, you know your own politics, you know what's going on. That's why I respect what you have to bring to the game. That's why I was like, okay, to get those three opinions on the show. And those two guys are two American guys who have families. Well, I mean, Chris isn't married and shit, but he takes care of his parents, his father. He does a lot of shit. So he's got a lot of responsibility. So does Lucky Lowe, just like you do, Dave, right? So these are like three voices that I know like are vested into what is going on in the world around them and what's going on and have strong opinions on it. Like, and Mars does too. He's a very strong opinionated fucking guy. And Nick, obviously you are too. So like, that's why I was like, right now my shit that I'm working with is like the all-star team in the whole entire community. Like as far as I'm concerned, I got the fucking all-star team, and it's just a matter of like eyes on us. My channel doesn't grow because it's been fucking shot down and so many strikes on it, so many things on it that it's just not growing. So I'm not reaching out to new people, but the people I'm still with, man, I know that they know, like, holy fuck, look at this. Look at the lineup that this guy has on his channel at times. Because to have the three guys on the other night that I had on, and then to have this weekend Nikki Nines and fucking Mars, like with a show that I do on Sundays with those guys, like that's a 1-2 punch, like boop boop. And then the Saturday night show is like, it's always fun, even if it's lame, even if it's nothing driving it, even if it's like it's just always a chill hangout fucking.
The bottom line is that the most important thing is above everyone else, you're the one having the most fun because you can hear it and like you're just fucking loving the show. It doesn't matter what's happening, and you couldn't give a flying fuck less.
I love it. And you know what? There are other people out there that I'd love to work with and interact with and shit have on a couple of shows here and there like I have with you. But you know what? If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. As far as I'm concerned, I'm with the people and I work with the people and I'm surrounded by the people that I like and I enjoy and I love. And that's all that matters to me. And then everything else after that, if it falls into place, then so be it. If it doesn't, hey, at least I got an area that I can go to and I can fucking be accepted and wanted and be a part of something. And that's what means fucking something to me.
And that's the bottom line.
And that's the bottom line because Stone Cold. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to go to wrestling with that. That's stupid.
Seriously. Especially with the mentality of the audience of this community.
Yeah.
I want to touch on one thing quick because I was busy cooking like a bitch. I will say it was something Ken said.
Stir-fried dog?
Stir-fried dog, the tastiest Chihuahua. But the people over there do take themselves real fucking seriously, and it's weird for me to see that. It's like, wait, motherfucker, you're some dude that once in a while, like whenever I hear anything, I'm like, it's not like that big of a deal. You don't. I always hear clout here or clout chaser. I'm the 9 clout now, right? And it's like nobody here has clout. If like not a single person in this community could walk into some random broad and be like, "Yo, drop your panties," and they would. If you can't do that, you don't got fucking
Definitely.
clout.
Well, not based on fucking YouTube clout. That's for goddamn sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Hey, baby, I've got 3,000 subscribers. Get the fuck out of here.
I know, hey, baby, I got 112 right now. How about if I tell that to my own wife and she'll tell me to fuck off? I'm not even kidding, dude. Motherfucker, get your ass motherfucker subscribe up before you get this pussy.
You come talk to me when you get the YouTuber plaque.
Yeah,
I not the 100,000. I want 500,000.
Like, Dave, let me put it to you this way. Like, on a fucking, like, Saturday night in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the blue, you know I will do the Saturday night show come hell or high water. I'll be on Saturday night. I very rarely miss a Saturday night. But once in a blue moon, right, I might get, like, Shannon to come to me and say, hey, let's do something this weekend. Or let's fucking, hang out, and go somewhere or do something. And I know with the COVID, it doesn't happen as much as it should. We can't really go anywhere right now like we used to. But like I would go to like Atlantic City for a weekend, or like go out east and get a hotel room, bang the shit out of have some room service, let us suck my kiosk in the hallway, shit like that, and have some fun. But that is prioritized. Like, so once in a blue moon, it'll be like she'll ask me to do that, and I'll be like, you know what? Fuck the show. Like, my main responsibility is always to my family and my friends first. And then the channel comes like, it's up there because I have responsibility to people to be on there and to have fun. And the responsibility part is there because if you're going to take a Patreon on and you're going to do shit like that, you got to do it the right way. You know what I mean? You can't like just sit there like Tommy NC. And like I he has all the time in the world to work on his channel and put like side shit on there, and he doesn't. And it's like pure laziness. And it's like, people like that really shouldn't take on the the responsibility of having a Patreon, honestly, because it's like, if you're not going to put anything, you're just releasing shit like a day early that you put on your channel. It's like, why even have a Patreon? Yeah. So it's like, you got to take on the responsibility. But besides that responsibility, it's like once in a while, I might fucking just say, hey, fuck it. The channel comes, secondary sometimes, the family and shit. And,
dude,
I know you're like that, with your father. I know you're like that, Nick, with your wife. Cause like, you mentioned it quite a bit about like, this shit shouldn't be really taken serious.
No.
It shouldn't be taken serious. And some of the shit we say it, we talk out of our asses, and some people take it serious. Like I take shit serious that I shouldn't sometimes. And, some people do, some people don't. And it is what it is. But at the end of the day, leave YouTube on YouTube and don't bring it into your real world. Because when you do that, you end up like Scott. You know what I mean? You end up like fucking Scott.
Yeah, but let's take a moment here to just recognize the fact that Dave will carry and bear his own cross, and I could say that I have taken things too seriously, or I do take things too seriously. I guess it's a matter of perspective, because some people have said that, some people haven't said that, and I do believe that it is a valid statement nonetheless, but I'm willing to be critical of myself, unlike others in this community, to examine truly if that is in fact the case. Now, for example, with the election show with Cronin, now, could you think that I'm taking myself seriously? I guess you could think that, yeah. I mean, the fact is, it is a serious topic, but then again, why would I expose myself to the comedy of having 10 people on a call when it's just going to be a joke in itself? So, I mean, yeah, is there a time for comedy at some points? Yes. And there's time for seriousness at another point.
You have 10 people on when you're doing a karaoke show, okay? You have 10 people on when you're doing a fucking holiday show. You have 10 people on when you're doing a fucking award show or a rap show or something like that. You don't have fucking 10 people on or 7 people on or 5 people on when you're doing a fucking political show, okay? You pick the people that are going to give you their strongest opinions and want to do it and have their heart and soul into it. And those are the people that belong on that show. And that's it. You know, and that want to do it, that want to be there. You know, I'd rather have a person like you, and I'd rather have us all give you the moment to speak, right? As opposed to having somebody on there who is like 16 years old, never voted, and has no clue what the fuck they're talking about. Okay? I'd rather, you know, shut up for 5 minutes, even though I have the biggest mouth in the world and need to keep speaking, but I'd rather shut up for 5 minutes and let Dave Rose take the mic so I can hear your fucking thoughts and shit and opinions on that stuff, as opposed to a fucking 16-year-old who, you know, has no clue what the fuck's going on, or somebody who didn't vote. Okay? Somebody who didn't vote. All right? So you do the math.
Yeah, I know someone who's very vocal about politics, but who didn't vote in this last election.
If you don't vote, you shouldn't be able to talk about politics, all right? If you can't come out of the basement like Joe Biden and fucking vote, then you shouldn't be talking about politics ever. You should shut the fuck up, mind your own business, and stick to what you know, okay? Stick to what you know. Don't fucking talk about politics if you can't even get out there and vote. Get the fuck out of here, okay? Fuck out of here.
Well, a lot of these armchair socialists seem to think that they can do exactly that. They can tell other people how to think, but did I vote? No, I stayed home. You know,
fucking how hard is it to vote? I mean, you can't come out and vote. What the fuck kind of human being are you?
These are the same people that basically think that America should be a socialist state, and yet not realize that in certain really shitty socialist states, like in South America and many Latino countries, you're forced to vote by force, in the sense that they will literally shoot you if you don't vote. So you are forced to go to the polls, and that kind of forces you, unlike in America, to be aware of your political surroundings and of the party that you're voting for.
You know what, Dave? When he's complaining about his fucking taxes going through the roof, and it's tax season, you know that game that he plays every fucking year around tax season. It's tax season. I owe $80,000 for taxes. Well, when that happens to him next time, you know what? He shouldn't be able to say a word about it. He should not be able to complain about it or fucking get any money for it.
He did praise Trump when he did get a discount because of the taxes, but no, Trump is an idiot. Well, he'll say they're both idiots. Really?
Yeah.
Trump, he made $1 billion, organization, and he's an idiot? Really?
When his taxes go through the roof, like everybody's going to go through the roof because Biden's in office, I don't want to hear him complain. And you know what? He shouldn't be able to collect the fucking cent from donations because you know why? He didn't vote. You should have fucking voted. Maybe your vote would have made a difference and you wouldn't have your taxes through the fucking roof now. And like they're going to be.
It's not just that. It's not just voting, because here's the thing that many people don't seem to understand is that this is your fucking country at stake. You are, by constitutional duty, required to make sure that your fellow countryman is aware of the situation. Are you going to just let the country be stolen from you?
Not only that, this is the country that's letting him do what he loves for a fucking living. Okay? Go to Russia and try to be Joe Cronin show. Go to fucking...
Yeah, speak shit about the ruling parties in Russia and see how quick you don't have fucking FSB fucking burst through your doors and fucking arrest you. Take you to a gulag in Siberia.
Fucking hypocrite. Doesn't even vote, but could sit there and complain about taxes and who's president. Fuck out of here.
And how dare a Canadian even speak about the topic?
Oh.
Dave, you're a crybaby. You're a crybaby because we wouldn't, mute all these people and you wouldn't subject yourself to these ungodly situations. But, Dave is the bad guy, right?
Yeah.
Well, Dave's always been the bad guy. Because the truth is never appreciated by those who are bound to lies.
Oh, shout out to Harsh Truth, bro. I think it was the real Harsh Truth in the chat the other night during our political show. And he said he enjoyed the show. And I was like, oh, shit. If that was the real guy, I was like, oh, nice that he said that. So.
No clue. I agree with everything. At the end of the day, Sukalamink matters more than YouTube.
What was that?
Sukalamink.
What does that mean?
Getting a blowjob from your wife. Sukalamink. Minka juice.
Is that
I think it's like Sicilian. Is it Sicilian? It's Sicilian. Sucalamink.
Oh, Sucalamink.
Sucaminka.
I guess like in Spanish it'd be chupame la verga.
Yeah,
Or chupame la pija.
Chupa la pingiana manihaniga avanguler vesere sorda.
See, it sounds good, and I have no idea what you said. Like that alone could get you laid.
My favorite Italian saying is, I'm not sure if it's a common saying, but it's basically transliterated. But andai cagare, puttana di merda. And
Mother?
cagare,
Mother?
I guess, is maybe potentially something that's more common in Argentinian Italian. But it basically means, literally it means go take a shit. But it like what it's supposed to mean is go fuck yourself. And puttana di merda. Can you translate that?
Hey, listen, gashaita.
No, but Ken, can you translate puttana di merda?
Puttana? Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
What do you translate it as? Puttana. You know what puttana is?
Yeah, puttana is your mother, right?
No, puttana is a whore, man. A puta.
Oh yeah,
puttana.
Yeah, puttana.
Puttana di merda. A shit translates to shit prostitute. Di merda is of shit. Merda. So puttana di merda. You fucking shit whore. Andai cagare. Go fuck yourself.
Che fa?
Fanculo.
Che se dici?
A little rigatoni.
No, you know what
a
a
little strong armor sauce.
What about a pisciadilli?
I've heard that before. I don't know what it translates to.
That means my cock.
Yeah.
A pisciadilli.
Piscia.
A pisciadilli in your madre. Avangula de vesere sorda.
Oh, delizioso. Il chorizo.
Stata zita sfacima do mammara. Che fa?
Oh, gotta go catch a kitchen.
Avangula de vesere sorda. Scraziata.
Okay.
Stata zita sfacima vangula.
Me and Ken would do fairly well in Sicily. Driving around in a little
you might, or you might get fucking whacked. I've seen all that shit.
E che fa tutte cose de pangan gore le mamma. As facima as tutte cose de what the fuck? I'm trying to get a whole sentence in here. I can't speak it anymore, man. I used to know Italian so well, bro.
But you're bringing me home, man. Like again, like I used to hang out with a big, Italian community like as a kid and stuff. And like, I didn't at that point I didn't understand Italian, but like just being a kid listening to all these adults talk, eventually you start to learn it and stuff because again, speaking Spanish, it's like almost the same thing. You just start to associate stuff.
Oh, dude, we used to communicate with the Spanish very well back then. My great grandmother, all she spoke was Italian. And like when we were kids, she would yell at us in Italian to do things, and we didn't know.
I was just about to say that. Like you got an old Italian lady who talks to you, and she talks to you in Italian. She doesn't give a fuck about what you speak. She's like, da bolla, and she'll show it to you, and like, da bolla, yeah, exactly. So like, and then you eventually pick it up, and
she was
la nana, bellezza.
You know that, right?
They
didn't push it. They didn't push the American language back then because, like, in her area where she grew up in Brooklyn, it was all. It was all Italian-speaking people, so it was like they didn't. And something that's happening today, Dave, in the city, like the Puerto Rican group of people that will come in here that can't speak English, are like Mexican or whatever. They'll be in their group of people and they'll speak that same language because all the people around them do. So none of them try to even speak the English language. You know what I mean? And my grandmother was like that too. Back then, and when she came out to the suburbs with my grandfather and they moved out to the suburbs, she still spoke Italian, but it was like broken English too. And she never really learned it, and it's like, if you're an immigrant to a country and you're planning on living there, you should learn the fucking language, Yep. Yeah, they never learned. I don't know why, laziness. I don't know. Maybe it's hard to learn a language. I get it.
Well,
It's
also
hard.
when you cluster yourself into a ghetto, basically you don't have to interact with anybody that speaks another language. So yeah, you might be in a small community, but you walk to the grocery store, the person behind the desk already speaks Italian, so they're going to speak to you, and you know they don't force you to speak the general language.
Yeah. You know what's fucked, dude? And then I got to go because I got to charge my phone. It's going to die. You know what's fucked? If Trump loses this, bro, like, just think of this. Who do we have to fight for us then? Who fights for us? Because Trump's gonna, if he loses, he retires, and he's retired. That's it. He's done. He can't run ever again for anything. He's done. So like, he's no longer a leader. He's no longer anybody of any value. He's just boom. He's just a millionaire. Go live your life.
You're going off too much panic of what the media is trying to show you. Think, okay, this is the best way to figure out what's going on. If you take a look at the number of people that have shown up to Trump's rallies, you see dedication. You see that they show up in rain, snow, whatever, and they line up for a long time. These are people that are going to stay in line to vote.
Dude, breaking news, dude. They just called fucking China for Biden.
Oh,
What? They just
all of
called
China,
for Biden.
including Tibet? God damn it.
That joke went
Oh,
over your head.
does that include
No, I'm not.
Taiwan?
China voted for Biden. How many electoral points is that? No.
Probably
That was-
$800
good.
trillion
Leave
in liquidity.
On that note, I fucked up. All right, you know, I fucked up.
You didn't.
No,
That was a good joke.
That was good.
You know
I liked
what?
it.
It's not a bad joke, because honestly, it's the truth. Because if you think this guy was corrupted before he was vice president, if he ever gets a chance to be president, Jesus Christ, man, we're gonna have a fucking president with his son. One of the first sons is going to be a crack.
Okay, but here's another thing, though, is that people also need to understand is that we already have on record evidence that Biden has committed treason. Okay?
Yeah, but get him.
The
get him take
FBI ignoring this
What happens
doesn't
if we take
change the
that
fact that he's guilty, and that technically Trump could say, look, military police, go arrest this guy, and if he fucking tries to fuck around, shoot him. He has the right to do that. Okay, this is literal crime that's been properly documented. The FBI doesn't even deny it. So if the FBI itself as an organization is corrupt, as is the Department of Justice, as is other organizations within the government, Trump literally, all he has to do is snap his fingers and send out, whether it be National Guard, whether it be, Department of Homeland Security, or even something like what's called a wet works. Wet works, what does that mean? Wet, blood is wet, works, job, assassinations. Now, we already know that the Clintons, like Obama, the Bushes, they already had fucking assassinations under their belts multiple times. Trump has the ability to basically call up any squad he wants and have them set up a deal. Have them set up, a little prize. And he could easily do that. He could make it look like an accident, as Clintons many times did with their adversaries.
You know what? Then that bitch fucking, what's her name, Kamala Harris becomes president then. That fucking fake ass bitch. If he wins, you know what I mean? And I got news for you. Even if he wins, he's not even going to make it through his first term. You think he'll last 4 fucking years? Look at the size of his head. His head looks like it's going to explode.
Dude, the thing is, though, it's not that if they win. It's they've already committed crimes and treason, and they've already admitted to fraud. They've already committed fraud and have been, like you said earlier, that it was sort of tracked during the election, that basically what they were doing, was being tracked. That the fraud that they were doing was actually being monitored by federal forces. So, and my information also lines up with that. So, regardless, this is the problem is that Trump is doing things on his own terms, and I don't like it. I mean, like, there's a ton of stuff that he's done that I don't agree with, and I would totally destroy him on, like, just fucking arguing. But, like, he's doing it on his own terms and on his own timing. Just because I'm impatient doesn't mean that he's not accomplishing something. I don't think it's the right move. I think it's too slow, whatever the case may be, but he continues to do it regardless. What's the inevitability? It's going to end up in SCOTUS. What's SCOTUS going to do? fucking, they already have the number of conservative judges necessary to push it through, regardless of whether it's legitimate or not. And we know it's legitimate. But the thing is, though, just like with fucking Bush, right, in 2000, the SCOTUS fucking just put it right through. Because they had the power to do so. It's not about fairness like fucking Cronin will talk about. Oh, they need to fill this with, a Democrat to make it fair. That's not how it fucking works. And the thing is, the Republicans aren't stacking the fucking courts like the Democrats would, which is something that even Kamala Harris and fucking Biden refused to answer when they were asked that on the campaign trail. Would you stack the fucking courts?
Unbelievable, man. All right, well, I'm going to get dinner together and that shit, man. I'll be listening. You guys have a good night.
Thanks for joining us, Ken.
Yeah, no
really
doubt,
appreciate your input.
Yeah, man, it was fun to talk to you. And we'll see what happens, I guess. I'll be in touch with you, bro.
Yeah, man. I'm always around. Again, no one stops the Dave train. And, feelings be damned. But, yeah.
On feelings.
Thank you again for joining us. You have a show tonight, do you not? Oh. Looks like Ken hung up on the whole call. Nick, if you want to call back in, that's cool. But regardless, I do believe that Ken has a show tonight at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Foul Mouse Network Livewire. Be sure to tune into his show. But I do want to, again, appreciate and show gratitude to those 41 viewers in the chat. And quite comical, as it always is, 29 thumbs up and 22 thumbs down. We're almost at a nice even 500 batting level. So, get those thumbs down up. And that's not a tongue twister, so that we can get an even number. That'd be beautiful. Let's go back to the chat. We've got Chad, who's been saying a few things here. Talking about what current statements are being said about the states and what's going on in supposed reporting. But as we were talking previously, it's obviously very suspect what's been going on. The Democrats have telegraphed their actions and the fraud that they had planned to perpetrate. So now it's a matter of really hoping for the authorities to basically catch on to this stuff, including all the ballots that were literally thrown out, whether it be by United States Postal Service members or ballot readers, literally thrown into ditches. So there should be more information coming out, and you also have to think logically is why would Democrats want until Friday to count all the votes, especially when they knew what was going to be needed, or they would know what would be needed to beat what Trump has by that point. It's straightforward. There's no reason to explain this any further. It's straightforward. I mean, if you don't see the fraud that's going on right in front of your eyes, there's a serious problem with you, and you really need to consider to put yourself in some sort of counseling, because exposing yourself to the public with that sort of lack of logical reasoning is concerning, to say the least, because not only are you a danger to yourself, but you're a danger to others. And just a reminder that our Skype lines are open. If you wish to call me, you can reach me at Devious Dave Rose. Let's see if anyone has the guts to call in. We already had some of the big wigs, some of the heavyweights here in the community join us here tonight. The one, the only, Foulmouth Ken, who can be found on the Foul Mouse Network channel, as well as Nikki Nines, who can be found on the Nikki Nines channel. We've got Chelsea Castillo in the chat, and J.R. Ford III. Thank you for joining us. So if anyone wishes to call in or even has the guts to face off against the devious one, Dave Rose, feel free to call in. The lines are open. There's nothing stopping you. You don't need to hide behind your keyboard. You can call in. I'll mute myself while you speak, and you'll have an open platform to say whatever you wish. But the fact is, as we've done for literally the last 3 hours, just about, we're almost, I think we're just about at 3 hours, which is very cool. We've only spoken the truth here, and we've only been honest. And we've opened the phone lines for those that wish to have their say to come and say it. So, if you've chosen not to do so, that is up to you. But the fact is that here on this channel, we do not censor people. We do not flag channels. We do not use fake accounts. We are truthful. We don't need to lie. We don't need to hide behind comedy, the cowardice of comedy. Which reminds me of a book that I'm writing, but that's another issue altogether. Writing several books, actually. But regardless, the cowardice of comedy is quite prevalent in this community. It's not excusable, and it definitely needs to be called out, but there will be those that will always make some sort of, for example, like Jake DeMarco, a Twitter video on it. Try to make light of the situation. Okay, if that's what helps you deal with it, that's fine, but it still exposes you for the person that you are, and it's very simple to analyze someone psychologically by their actions, especially with something like that. We got Chad in the chat says, DDR, do you think the Dems had Anton Scalia killed? Yes, they did, actually. In fact, the emails that were leaked by WikiLeaks confirm that a wet works group was dispatched to Scalia in the location that he was taking a vacation at. And Wetworks, again, as I mentioned earlier, is just a derivative term by those in the industry that talk about having an assassination squad. Now let's take a call from a random individual that I don't even know. Welcome, Hawk4269.
Yo, what up, Dave? It's actually Nicky J.
Oh, what's up, Nicky J?
I haven't been on my Skype in a while.
Okay.
So, just quick. I was up most of the night, but I found on Facebook, and I took a picture of it, that somebody had written, I don't know if you saw this, but this was like during the night. And this is about like the voter stuff that you're talking about. It says in Wisconsin between 3:30 and 4:30 a.m., they, in quotations, found 140,000 mail-in ballots for Biden. In Michigan, between 3:30 and 5 a.m., they found 200,000 ballots for Biden. In Pennsylvania, between 2 and 3:30 a.m., they found 1 million mail-in ballots for Biden.
I've also read the same information. Feeling a little lazy today, which is the reason why I didn't put up the graphics that confirm that. But I can confirm to all those that are listening right now that Nicky J is in fact quoting direct, confirmed evidence in regards to this matter.
The other thing I wanted to bring up too is I have photographic evidence, and you might have seen it too. I live in Michigan. In Detroit, where they're counting, they actually tried to hide them counting. They put up these whiteboards over the glass.
Yes.
So you actually can't see in.
Saw that too.
That was actually on live TV today.
Yep.
And Fox, CNN even showed it, but they haven't showed it again since it's happened. And like it's not being talked about at all. And it's absolutely disgusting what's going on.
Yes, the blatant fucking fraud that's going on is unbelievable. There's people that are literally within the polling station that are handing out pro-Democrat fucking party literature. There are people outside that are preventing people from coming in because they've got a MAGA shirt or something, like a hat on. They're posting fucking posters on the front of the buildings that only show the Democratic electee and not anything else. It's all blurred out. So they're sort of enticing people to vote in that manner. They're making it confusing, and they're purposely trying to commit fraud. And it, like you said, it's clear as day. It's in front of everyone's eyes.
So who would go in? Like, how can I say this? It's like you said, it's voter fraud, but who gets arrested? Is what I guess I'm trying to get. Like,
well,
who's going to go down for
First
it?
of all, who
Like,
gets arrested is the joggers that are fucking dumb enough to post themselves on Instagram throwing out a bunch of fucking pro-Trump ballots. Okay, those are the first that start. Now, because they're the ones that are getting instructions from people above them, their records are tracked, and the people above them are also sort of caught as well. So these people are essentially making it very easy for those that are monitoring their chats to track them down. And these people are also blatant too. They're so confident that they're willing to post on Instagram. I literally threw out 100 votes for Trump, and here they are at this. Like, these people don't realize I made a video on Instagram. This information could literally be tracked by GPS. I've literally, told them where I was when I threw this stuff out.
and they didn't do anything.
Well, well, I mean, there have been several people that have already been arrested for this sort of thing, where they are actually, an individual that was so callous to show this on YouTube or even be, photographed by a passerby. They were tracked down by the authorities and they were arrested and they were charged. So there is a lot more that's happening, but there's a lot of fraud that's currently going on, and not everyone can report it. But the problem is, well, not the problem, but like the good thing is that a lot of these people are so dumb enough that they actually publish this stuff on social media. So it makes it a lot easier to track down where this is coming from and who's involved. And as such, many people have been arrested and charged for it.
Makes sense.
But that's the thing, though. Smart people, I said this earlier, smart people only need to cheat to win. Only dumb people do that. And dumb people will literally put a video out of themselves committing a crime. We've seen this with not just election fraud, with literally people like fucking committing like a riot or a looting or anything. They're willing to film themselves do it, publish it, and then try to claim sort of, points. And then they eventually get tracked down. These people are stupid. Most people are stupid.
It's all power. It's what it's what it all comes down to. It's just they're just so power hungry. We need to. What do you think about term limits?
It should have been in there from the get-go. There should never have been a need or the desire to have somebody in there for more than, say, 8 years. 8 years, I think, is sufficient. I mean, more than a decade.
It's the same as a president. Yeah,
I think that's appropriate. Like 2 terms of 4 years each. You can accomplish something. And within 4 you know, like
And
within,
it's well more than enough time to accomplish a couple of things.
exactly within a decade, you should be able to come out with good results. Within
Right.
half a term, like I say, like if 4 years, you know, by that point, people at least should be able to get a good, you know, feel of what you're about. But that's also limiting as well. Because 4 years, because like you could be doing something good, and then 4 years, and you lose the election, and then fucking things go back bad. So, but the thing is,
Right.
though, more than a decade, like it should be more looked towards what's the maximum as opposed to what's the minimum, right?
Right.
So instead
Yep.
of saying, well, a minimum 4 years or whatever, okay, no, let's take a look at like, should anybody be in power more than a decade? No, that's a problem. Okay, so how do we now start to limit that and ensure that there's still something that's allows the electoral voting people to decide, okay, you know, we've had enough of this person. This is now time for a break in an election. So, you know, it takes some work to develop a proper election system. But regardless, more than a decade already to me tells me this person's in it for the money. They're in it for the career, not for fucking the public service, which is what it should be. Literally, it should be like fucking applying to the military. You're doing something. You're sacrificing because you literally are. You're sacrificing yourself
Oh
to
yeah,
serve the
it's
country.
not like it's not just like you're in Washington having caviar. Like they debate things into the night. Like they got to travel all across the country and overseas too.
Yep.
Like they go overseas.
Well, they're
like,
a
they go to other
representative
countries.
of their
Yeah.
state, and if their state
Yeah.
has a certain good that needs to be sold, it's their
Right.
duty to fucking go to some other country and say, okay,
Right.
well, we've got this good. You guys need it. Let's make a deal.
Right. Yeah. Well, Dave, thanks for taking my call, man. I really
Thanks for
appreciate
calling,
it.
man. All right. Great call. So let's go back to the chat here. We got Casey's Rise says, "What's up, guys? I'm shocked you're still on, Dave. I'm shocked too. We've been on for about 3 hours and 10 minutes. Got Big Merc 83 says, "Sup, Casey? Steve Callan still here, as is Vince McJoke. And Jer for the third. I'd like Trump to stay in until he's dead. That means well." Alex Oli says, "Dave, do you hate Joe now?" No, that's the thing, though. I don't hate Joe. I'm just honest about my opinion. I'm not going to hold back on anything that I say. And on top of that, we got to be honest, though. I can't get a hold of this guy. You know, rarely. So this is one way of getting his attention. And I know that he'll probably get mad and he'll probably make a few shots at me and stuff. But again, I like the guy. I like to work with the guy because it actually is enjoyable to work with the guy when he's not being a pussy and a stupid shit. And you know, that's not to say I'm not a fucking difficult asshole to deal with, okay? So like, yeah, Joe, I'm fucking being honest. In fact, I've been fucking pulling a lot of defense for you on this show tonight. But the fact is, like, let's be honest. I might be fucking an asshole, but you know you're always going to get the best from me. But I'm not fucking being a pussy, okay? I'm not fucking making a video, like Jake did. And you can reach me. You know you can reach me. You send me a message, I fucking instantly read it, you know? But I send you a message and you're not around. So, referring back to the question, I don't hate Joe. I never did hate Joe. Hate, another thing is, that's an energy that I refuse to dedicate to. Hate is an energy level that is so negative that it will drain you and it will destroy you. And I could be pissed off with someone. I could even just disagree with him. Just like with Joe right now. It's a disagreement. Doesn't mean I'm mad at him and I'm going to, refuse to be on, monetize this or something. Although I kind of suspect that now Joe's probably going to be hesitant to have me on monetize this. But, again, I would expect the same thing from Joe. Not pot shots. Not fucking little bullshit like, oh, well, some people do that. No, just be like me. Do a fucking 3-hour stream, although that you would equate it to 12 hours. Because you've said this in the past. Okay, again, you exaggerate. And it's not a joke, okay? Just kidding, not kidding. Go fuck yourself. No. Be honest, okay? I've talked for the last 3 hours and 12 minutes, 3 hours and 13 minutes. Much of it has been on you. Much of it has not. My statements are valid. And most certainly have I not been wolfpacking you or bullying you, whether it be alone or by having Ken and Nikki on the call. I've always been honest. And it has to be understood that whenever I am honest, I'm showing you the utmost respect. It's not just about Joe. It's about everybody else out there. So if I literally said something like to somebody else, anybody else, and I said, like, that's really stupid, you should not be doing that, only a moron would consider it an insult. If they knew me and they bothered to know me, they'd understand that literally that is the biggest sign of respect that someone could be shown. Because unlike others, I'm willing to tell you when there might be a problem. I'm not a yes man. Let's equate this actually to a real life situation, which I've experienced multiple times. I've been around people, for example, let's say, I don't know, we all went to a bar. We all went to a restaurant, whatever. Okay. Now, I got an acquaintance, I got a buddy, and they've got something stuck in their teeth. They've got food stuck in their teeth. Now, they're going around for the last half hour and talking to people and stuff. People are seeing what's in their face and not saying a goddamn thing. Now, I'm aware of this person going around, but I'm not aware about the food and stuff. But I start to become aware, and I start to notice these people sort of being aware of that, but not saying a thing. They're sort of awkward. They don't want to acknowledge it. And I'm like, I'm at the other side of the party sort of thing, but I'm noticing it. I'm thinking to myself, well, why are these people not fucking saying a goddamn thing? So I make my way down over there, and I pull this person aside. I'm like, hey, bud, you got like this big piece of lettuce or whatever, like spinach. There's something right in between your teeth there. Oh my God, really? Takes it out. It's huge. It's like, oh my God, like I don't know how long I've had that in there. I'm like, well, I've been watching you for a bit, and you've had it for what? Are you telling me that all these people that I talked to didn't even tell me? That's exactly what I'm fucking telling you. Oh my God, like what the, like why would they do that? They're fucking carrots. Oh, Dave, no, don't say that, man. Like, I'm sure there's a reason for that. Me rolling my eyes and scene. That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes, people. Because for some fucking reason, and I can't even put myself into this mindset. Maybe somebody here can explain it. But why would you choose not to fucking tell somebody that they might have fucking some food in their teeth while they're exposed to public and essentially, making themselves sort of look like a fool, although they don't even know it. They don't even know it because nobody's telling them. And these people are just allowing it to happen like, oh, this is kind of funny. This guy's a fool and stuff. So if that happened to you, you'd be okay with nobody telling you a goddamn thing? Cowardice. Absolute fucking cowardice. But that seems to be a trait that we seem to find in this community. That fucking term, yet again. This fucking community. I want to fucking make my own community. I want to make my community of fucking mysteries, conspiracies, and just, talk of alternative things. I like comedy. I like having fun. I like joking around. But I definitely don't like when people treat life as a joke. Okay? Because life is not a fucking joke. And you can think that I might be too serious in life, but then again, how much more do I know than the average American about their own fucking political system? Don't fucking step up to me and try to talk shit. Okay? I'm tired of this shit. You know something I don't? Awesome. You're better than me. There you go. Problem solved. But for all these fucking ignorant faggots to be offended because I'm willing to express my opinion on politics or anything else for that matter, and they have nothing to stand on, these people are pathetic. And I mean, I'm not even sure what kind of punishment would be appropriate for such hubris, but definitely a punishment is in order. Too many people, because they have lived such passive and protected lives, think that they should just be on a conveyor belt of pleasure, never having to do anything that forces them to step outside of their comfort zone. And yet they sit back behind their keyboards talking shit, and yet somebody says something that offends them, the littlest word. And my God, the world comes down. The sky falls. Because they just can't accept that their little protected life has come to an end. Because one asshole decided to reveal reality to them. It's fucking pathetic. So, of the 34 viewers that are currently watching right now, do any one of you want to call in? I could have a nice little conversation with you. Though I would never disrespect you and call you my sidekick. For the most part, I would probably consider you my equal. But then again, it depends on who calls in. That being said, we've got It's the Costanza saying, interesting why Bullfrog is on the call again in Joe's show. Ill or 3? I don't know what that is supposed to mean. I don't know if anyone is live right now. Oh, yeah, I guess we've got Corrupted Nation live right now. I'm not sure how long he's been up for. 226 viewers, but I'm sure that I spurred him to speak about the topic. You know, don't bother calling in, Joe. I mean, again, you know that I'm live. You know that I'm talking. I mean, shit. Jake fucking tweeted a video that he spent a minute, well, probably more than a minute, because he had the minute was the video. Probably took more time to set up the camera, do the record, upload it and stuff. So let's give Jake about 5 minutes worth of work. Hey, tip off my hat to him. At least, he's got the balls. Let's be honest, okay? Because I'm an honest guy. Let's be honest. Jake had the balls. Jake had the balls to respond to me and put effort in responding. Maybe it was passively, but it was on Twitter, so it's exposed to everyone. It's out there for everyone to see. It's comedic. I have to give him that. It's funny, but it's there. Points to Jake because he's willing to fucking do that. Any response from Joe from what I've been saying? That I know that he knows what I'm saying? No, not at all. Nothing at all. But we've got a stream starting up. Or started up. I don't even know, again, how long it's been on. So, any comments, and I'm going to have to go back and watch that video, but any comments that he might say about me on that show, and maybe it is a little presumptuous of me to say that he would say that, but we know Joe. He does throw the jabs out there. But, hey, if he doesn't say a goddamn thing throughout the entire episode, I will fucking say I was absolutely fucking wrong. Mea culpa. I accept full responsibility. But I kind of suspect that chances are he did throw a few jabs here and there in his video. And again, to me, when he could have easily come on the show knowing that I had been streaming and confronted me on any topics that he disagreed with. But I guess we're going to have to see what he's been saying as soon as I decide to finish this stream, if I even choose to decide to watch that, because there's so many other better things to do. I mean, I've got to make dinner for one. Got a few movies that I'd like to finish watching. So again, it's not a big deal. I'm not rushing to find out. So, maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Let's go back to the chat here. We got, the show says amen. Not sure what that's referring to. Costanza says interesting. Oh, I already said that. About Bullfrog calling in. Costanza says, I thought Bullfrog was banned from the death threats. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how he gets flipped around as to where he can be on. And yeah, he got banned from Monetize This, but, considering what was going on with Nikki Nines and Bullfrog being on that show, and then Bullfrog being on whose show was it? It was YR's show and other stuff that, Joe talking shit still says, well, I'm going to take advantage of this situation and bring up this guy and make him part of my team. And you can't deny that, Joe. That's just what you've done, and you've done in the past with other people, especially other pariahs in the community. You take people that are sort of, again, pariahs, basically people that are on the outs, and just like YR, I guess, but you're better than YR, way better, and you give them the opportunity and stuff, and but you can't be bitching. You were bitching earlier, like, oh, Bullfrog, this and that, he's on this show, and now he's on your show and stuff. You can't bitch about that. You can't. You just can't. Like, you find him annoying and all that, but you're still willing to feature him on your shows. And other people find him annoying, but they still feature him on his shows, on their shows. But like, you can't talk about shit like that and then just literally have him featured on a politics show. Of all things, a politics show. You want to talk about, I don't know, diddling children? Maybe you want to have him on there with Keith Barber? I don't know. But politics, man? Really? Like, it's just so... I don't even know. I'm trying to be diplomatic, Joe. I mean, I know that you mean well, but you're so capricious and frivolous sometimes. And by featuring somebody like Bullfrog on a show to talk about politics, it makes you look like shit. It really does. I mean, like, if you just want to do a show shitting on politicians, it's not really about politics, really. So do that, have 10 callers on the stream, do your thing, okay. But if you want to bring any semblance of professionality to it, the least you could do is just feature those that actually bring value and speak in a manner that benefits you, that makes you look good. You're featuring people that are speaking essentially as your guests. They reflect on you. But then you have people like Bullfrog or fucking Jake on your show. So what is it that you want? Quality or quantity? Which is what do you consider the better one? Because last night seems to be that it was all about quantity. And if that's what you want, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You don't seem to understand that. But you have to be honest with me. You have to fucking just let me know. You have to, like, when I message you, or when you message me about fucking Final Frontier News, you gotta be honest. Either you're serious or you're not. If you're not serious, that's fine. But you gotta let me know. You can't string me along and just keep telling me, oh, well, we just couldn't make it today. We're gonna have to do it next time, and it never comes, the day that never comes. And I've always asked that. Just be honest. What's so difficult of saying, I can't do it? I would love to. It'd be very cool. Very awesome. I appreciate you, Dave. You got a lot of skills. But just can't do it. I mean, it doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you a thing. But, I can't be hanging around forever thinking pipe dreams and expecting you to get your shit together. I mean, yeah, okay, you got to focus on wrestling. You got to do your thing. But if you want to diversify, which is a good idea, definitely beneficial, you got to be consistent with that. And that's been a big hesitancy of me of doing my own thing because I need to be consistent. There's no point in me doing it once in a while. Doing it where like, well, I'm sorry, audience, you're just going to have to like work around my schedule. I'm sorry, that's not how I work. If I'm going to do that, which I do plan to do, it's going to have to be consistent. It's going to have to be something that you can rely on. Say, for example, I don't know, any day that ends in Y. I do a show from, I don't know, midnight to 1 a.m. That would be something that I would ensure would happen every week. I wouldn't say, well, I tried and it didn't come out, or I started 30 minutes or an hour late, like, just be happy that I'm doing the show and stuff. No, if I'm doing it, it's doing it right, and it's doing it exactly as it has to be every single time. So, again, I want to do it in that manner, and I don't expect any less of myself for that. But I don't know. I mean, it's disappointing, to be honest. It's disappointing that I want to work with Joe and I want to produce good things and do good things for him and stuff, help him out. And I don't get the traction that I think that will definitely help him out. And it's really all based on his hesitation and his lack of trust. When I think I've really just, regardless of any fucking fights, I think I've kind of proved myself already how reliable, how trustable, and how intelligent I am on these sorts of things. And plus, obviously understanding the law and understanding technology, I understand the basic aspect that if I affect somebody's income with a false allegation, that can easily be tracked back to me electronically, which in turn can be submitted to a court and such indict me on the crime of a false allegation affecting income. And I can't remember the exact term that we use here. There's 2 laws actually that apply to that. But bottom line is that then I would be basically on the rung for having falsely made charges that affected somebody's income, and I would have to pay at least a fine, if not go to jail. And both, probably. But hey, what do I know? It's not like I don't know. I read books. That I spend time and effort to learn things. No, let's forget that. That's insanity, Dave. You're insane. It's insane. No, let's just go with what the headlines say, or what people tell us to believe. That's definitely much more powerful than the truth. So, after that little diatribe, I'm not too sure in what direction I'm going to go in. I do appreciate the 30 viewers that we have currently. At one point, we did actually reach about 50, but I believe that actually happened right after Jake DeMarco made his little victim video. But regardless, hey, we got those views. A lot of thumbs down were removed. That's very interesting. But regardless, I had my say here tonight. I spoke my piece. 3 hours and a half. Considering the fact that for the most part it was just me, and I do appreciate Nikki Nines and Foulmouth Ken for joining me for that extended period of time. I do think it was quite impressive. But, like I said, I'm not an enemy of Joe's. I enjoy working with him. And if he's not going to be a baby, I can continue working with him. I'm not even excluding the possibility of working with him this Friday for Monetize This. But let's be honest, people. Because I've come out and spoken against Cronin, this is going to be a little bit of a sour note. So whether it be something as passive-aggressive as not showing my image in the thumbnail for the video, which we've seen in the past multiple times, it might be something as simple as me being held in the on hold chat of Discord well into the start of Monetize This before Joe finally decides to bring me in. Nonchalantly, because, oh, no, it was no big deal. No, we weren't keeping you out of the conversation, despite the fact that you were literally here 20 minutes prior to even the start of the show, there in the hold area, ready to go. No, we're going to keep you on in this hold area. Let these other faggots call in first, the real smart ones. And, we'll let you in eventually, Dave. And, Dave Rose is here. Oh, look at that. What a surprise, he talked shit about us, but we're so benevolent that we're willing to let him here now. Come on, Joe. Come on, man. Let's be honest. I know you're listening for one. I know you know that that's the truth. And I know that you know that that's what you're going to do. And it's happened in the past. This is, again, something that's been repeated. So it can't be denied. But here's the thing, though. I'm the type of person who, if I was to hear exactly what I said here tonight, I'd have no problem responding to that person honestly. And that's what I expect of other people. And if your feelings are hurt by me being honest, then that lies upon you. It's not my problem. And the same applies to me, is that if someone is honest with me and whatever they say, regardless of being factual or not, hurts my little feelings, well, that problem lies on me. You're not responsible for my inability to react intellectually or emotionally. That's not your problem. That's my problem. I gotta fucking act like an adult. So, again, I'm more than willing. I never even excluded this possibility regardless, knowing going into this video that I was going to be criticizing you. I never even refused or decided against the idea of going on Monetize this Friday. In fact, that was always the plan. However, now the ball's in your court, Joe. I've now come out and made a 3.5-hour video predominantly criticizing you on very valid terms, as well as many of the other mongoloids that you feature that night. You can take offense all you want and claim, oh, you insulted my friends. That's fine. I don't take offense, okay, because I'm not a pussy, but okay. And that probably triggers you more or your friends more. That's fine. But I was honest, okay? And I would expect the same from me. If you have an issue, rather than being passive-aggressive, these little shots, these little pot shots, no, just stop, okay? Like Dave Rose is riding with evil, referring to Nikki Nines? Really? Why don't you just be honest? You should grow a pair and fucking be a man, okay? So, I have no problems going on to monetize this with you on Friday nights, but I know I've already created a situation that you're not going to get over very easily because of the fact that I've spoken out. So you're going to pull some sort of shit. This is something that, is straightforward, to be quite honest. You know that you can rely on me to at least be there at the start of the show, and I was there from fucking the get-go, dude. You know I was there when it was on Wednesday nights, starting at 10 o'clock, a normal time. Now, yeah, it's currently scheduled to 11 o'clock, despite the fact that it literally starts at 11:30 or later. But I'm there. I'm there from the fucking get-go. In fact, I'm there prior to the show starting, because that's how we used to do it when we actually did it professionally on Skype. Now, I know Skype's problems aren't your problems, but you did choose a very shitty system to fucking compensate. And the speaking over other people is very evident of that. But regardless, fact is that you've chosen to basically use the Discord system as the way to communicate, knowing its problems. And like I said, it's not your problem, but you can't really use that as a crutch. And I don't know your entire, hardware situation. You got Skype as a problem, you got the hardware and stuff. I can't fucking begin to assess what kind of issues you might be dealing hardware-wise. But let's just be honest. I think that you should have more respect for your own show and for your own co-hosts. You can't hear shit with Discord. If that's the best that you've got, then it's not good enough. Okay, why is it that everyone, or so many people I should say, think that it's good enough is good enough? It never is. Good enough is just a fucking excuse. Like, are there better ways out there? Of course. Will it cost you money? Some options might. Are there ways around that without expenditures? Absolutely. Are you probably too busy to fucking solve that problem? I'm guessing, yeah. But don't fucking place the lack of me being heard in my lap when it's the system you chose to fucking use for the show. So you asked me to be on a show. You asked me to be there. You asked me to give what I've got. Like I said, I always give my 1,000%. And I'm not even being heard. Don't put that on me. Okay? Don't put that fucking system on me. Okay? And I have a total right to be aggravated when I try to be calm and I try to speak like a normal person and explain things and your fucking system doesn't work properly. I don't need to yell. I shouldn't have to yell for people to understand me. Now, yes, are there fucking faggots in your community, including in your crew, that want to see people fight, that want to see people raise their voice, that want to see people fucking explode? Yes, there are. Lots of those fucks. But I don't want to fucking acquiesce to them. And I know that you think it's funny, and I know that Jesse thinks it's funny, and I believe that there's several other people, including Nerdy. Who else is there? Drew, Jake. There's a fair bit that enjoy to see that fight, enjoy to see the anarchy, enjoy to see that conflict. Okay? Why? I mean, okay, maybe you're a bunch of fucking, 14-year-olds mentally. Like, I think some of you are fun to hang out with, you're funny and stuff, but, when you act in this really devolved manner, it's not fun for me. And you ask me to go on to shows and be serious, and when I do, Dave Rose is just being a fucking Debbie Downer or something. We got the foul-mouthed one himself, Mr. Ken. How are you?
Dave, I'm getting sent clips of Joe right now, who's live, who never goes live at this time anyway, but decided to tonight for some reason.
Oh, that's weird. Really weird. That's bizarre.
Yeah, it's so weird what he does. Goes live every time I do, or you do, or somebody goes live with something having to do with him, how he just goes live out of nowhere. But he's live, and I'm getting sent clips of him talking about how, and he'll deny that he's talking about me, but he's on there telling people that he's doing the new Honestly podcast with Bullfrog. Like, it's this great pod. Like, first of all, you did Honestly with Tommy because it was worth something, because you're doing it with somebody who's actually on YouTube and is known. But doing the Honestly podcast with a guy like Bullfrog is the stupidest fucking thing I've heard in my life, who they paid $200 to kick him off his show last night. So Bullfrog is just basically a Bullfrog punching bag with money on it, right? So now he's going to go do a show with this asshole, and when he tells everybody he's doing a show with him, this guy turns around and says, "Wow, I wonder how Tommy NC 2010 feels about you doing a show Honestly with Bullfrog." And he turns around, and Joe's reply to that is, "Well, Tommy's being paid not to be friends with me, being paid not to be on my show." That's what he's claiming. He's claiming that Tommy NC 2010 is being paid not to be on the show with him and not to be friends with him. That's what this guy's claiming.
That's the first I've heard of anything in regards to that. I mean, I don't personally believe that Tommy would be paid to stay off the show, especially since Tommy desires in his essence to be featured everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what it is? See, Joe doesn't get it, but he'll pass that narrative around, and people will connect me to it, right? Because he knows what he's doing, and he'll make a statement like, "No, he's really being paid not to be on here. No, he's really being paid not to be friends with me." He'll go and he'll pass that around. But in reality, if you speak to Tommy NC about it, which I'm sure he'll tell anybody, he would die to be on Joe's show. He wants to be on Joe's shit. He wants to be on the podcast with Joe, but he can't because he knows Joe's a piece of fucking shit, and he wants nothing to do with him anymore because he knows Joe's an asshole. It's not that he's being paid. It's that he's just the latest of people who work with Joe and then find out that Joe's a snake cocksucker. That's what it comes down to. They find out that Joe is a snake in the grass piece of shit who, at the end of the day, it's all about Joe Cronin and how Joe could make out his family to make over everybody else. And it's not just putting food on the plate. It's not just putting food on the table. It's, I'll fuck over anybody I have to fuck over and screw over to keep making money. And that's what it comes down to with this fucking piece of shit. I just wanted to say that, Dave. I'll let you go. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
I love you.
Strong words from a strong man. And remember, a strong arm makes a strong sauce. So, interesting words. I don't necessarily believe that Joe's a piece of shit, but Ken did bring up some good points. But regardless, I think I've made a good point. Let me just quickly go back to the chat here to see if there's anything new that was added in. But, we got JR for the Thursdays. Appreciate the content, DDR. Going back to the beginning. Take care, everyone. Vince McJoke says, Dave, it's the Costanza set in Joe's chat that he wants you to call in. He said add Rose to the call, and I think Joe's ignoring it. Costanza says I gave Dave a reference in the chat for him to call in. I tried. Stop fucking acting like Jake DeMarco there, Costanza. Don't be my white knight. I don't need no fucking knights. Vince McJoke says he's scared to fight right now. Joe's always 30 minutes late. JR Ford III says, you expect anything different, Ken? It's never going to stop. Should have gone with your instincts a month ago. You see me talking to you, man. Vince McJoke has some weird emoji. And JR Ford III puts his little eyeballs there and says, I see me. All right, well, we've gone for 3 hours and 46 minutes. I think that's sufficient. I'm leaving this video up. I've got no problem doing so. Please feel free to clip it good. Make sure that Joe gets all the juicy stuff so that he can claim that I'm wolfpacking him and trying to start fights. And yeah, we're basically going to end it off there. And we'll see what the next few days bring. Again, like I said, I didn't expect to not be on Monetize This Friday. However, I understood initially and instinctively that my video today would potentially jeopardize such an appearance. But that's up to Joe, really. I mean, think about this honestly. What if the roles were reversed? If Joe said this and I was hosting a show, do you really think that Dave Rose's little feelings would be heard? And that he wouldn't have Joe on his show? Of course not. Come on, I'm Dave Rose. But now consider the reverse. Or should I say the forward? Now that I've spoken out against Joe, which many people have done in the past and have faced repercussions, give me a vote in the chat. A 1 for yes and a 2 for no. Do you think that Joe will not have Dave Rose on Monetize This? If you don't think he's going to have me on because of tonight's episode, type a 1 in the chat. If you think that he doesn't care and he'll have me on anyways, type a 2 in the chat. Let's see what the 28 viewers currently watching right now might think. And don't worry, I'll wait. I know it's slightly delayed. Got to tune up the internet settings, but it looks like we're currently down to about 45 seconds or so. It used to be about 30. I'm going to have to do a few things here and there to try to increase that throughput, but that's not bad. I mean, there are other people that have literally 5 minutes fucking difference. So a fair bit of 2s. Well, 3 2s. Although we have 26 viewers. Throughput, but I believe that Joe's a piece of shit, but Ken did bring up some good points. Let me just review a few things here. Regardless, I think I've made a good point. Was added in. But JR for the Thursday as a pre-show says David's the Costanza rose to the call, and Anza says stop Costanza. Don't be my white knight. Be scared to fight right. It's never gonna stop. Talking to you, man. Puts his little eyeballs there and says 46 minutes. Please feel free to clip it. He can click. And yeah, we're basically gonna end it off like I said. To not be on Monetize This Friday. However, I understood. Actually, I mean, think about this honest. Do you really think that Dave Rose? Of course not. Come on, I'm Dave Rose. But now consider the reverse. Joe, which many people have in the chat. A 1 for yes and a 2 for no. Give me a vote in the chat. A 1 for yes and a 2 for no. Do you think that Joe will not have Dave Rose on Monetize This? If you don't think he's going to have me on, do you really think that Dave Rose? Of course not. Come on, I'm Dave Rose. Does appear that the majority of votes so far indicate that Joe is going to exclude me from Monetize This tonight. And, usually the biggest indicator of that is the graphic. So keep your eye out for the thumbnail, because that usually is an indicator. But we'll see if Joe decides to send me a message on Messenger or any other method, and to see what he has to say about tonight. But like I said, I've got no problems working with Joe. I'm going to call him out on his bullshit, which I expect him to do on me. But when shit like what happened last night goes down, you can goddamn well guarantee that I'm going to expose every single one of you fucking cucks for the faggots that you are. So Joe Cronin, you can call me a crybaby all you want, but you guys were the one trying to roll out the red carpet for me. Jake DeMarco, you can act all arrogant and pretend to be the victim all you fucking want. You've shown yourself to be a fucking idiot, for one. Not even capable of talking about politics. And like I said, man, fucking just stick to wrestling. That's what you do. That's what you do well. And there's no point in sticking your fucking neck out for anything but that. So, I don't understand. But I shouldn't need to. And, yeah, we'll see what comes. I mean, bottom line, I'm an honest guy, and I'm willing to work with people. And it's only up to those people whether or not they're willing to work with me. So if my honesty annoys you and you're not willing to have me on your show, well, okay. I mean, you said it the other day, Joe. You'd rather, like, you had 3 people to make up for me. In fact, you actually had 9 people to make up for me. But regardless, if that's what you would rather do, I'm so difficult to deal with that you would rather just deal with, 10 retards like fucking Garguts or fucking Bullfrog or Sense of Morality, all these other people, if you would rather deal with them, like 10 of them, than me, okay, that's cool, man. But just say so. Don't string me along and say, yeah, let's do Final Frontier News and never do it. Just say, you know what, Dave, let's part ways. I think we're good. I think we got all we need from you. And good luck sailing the ocean blue. Well, that's fine. People can pretend that I'm not in demand, but literally I'm getting people asking me all the time to either speak to them privately or even be on their shows or to do a show with them, to just like randomly do a show. Okay? I'm not chasing the clout. The clout chases me. And you can believe whatever you want. And I don't need to say shit. My record stands clear. I went away for a fucking year. People talk shit about me. People said all sorts of different things. What did I do? I lived my life. I did my own thing. And life went on. And then when I came back, I didn't sweat it. Yeah, I had problems with Ken, had problems with Joe, had problems with JB. And I got over them. I know that this concept is very difficult to understand for those that are of a low-level IQ or a low-level emotional capacity. But I'm not like you. I'm capable. And if that offends you, if that gives you problems, if that bothers you, if it keeps you up at night, it's not my problem. And I want to tell you all that I'm done listening to those of lower intelligence. You know who I am. You know where I stand. I am Devious Dave Rose. You want me on? Great. I appreciate and I'm grateful for it. You want to talk shit? Consider it a challenge to me to find out exactly where you are, who you are, and where I can find you. But I don't need to interact with low-level dregs. Like I said, clout chases me. People chase me to be on their shows. Does this mean that I'm better than anybody? No. And I never said that. But those that project instantly show their cards because they will state that. Why? Because they recognize their own inferiority. That's why they get so offended when someone is confident with their abilities, because they recognize their own inferiorities. And I will no longer acquiesce to these individuals. We are now at a new day, baby. A day where we will no longer tolerate the incompetent or the ignorant. Shit's hitting the fan. So you might as well fucking get all prepped. Now let me just quickly go back to the chat because there seems to be some breaking news. Vince McJoke says, Joe's going to say now, oh, Dave took 30 people of mine and ran away, made his own show like he says about everybody that leaves. And yes, I've heard that story before. I doubt that many people would follow me from Joe, but regardless, he said this while I was still working with him, where people sided with me and not him, and therefore they're the sellouts and whatever. I want to work with Joe. I really do. I think that we do well. I think we do really well together, whether it be a monetize this sort of situation without the ridiculous number of people on there. I mean, shit. Me and Joe can host shows just on the two of us, just with the two of us. Me, Joe, and Jesse, now we're talking gold. Me, Jesse, Joe, and JB, this is platinum now, baby. Add Ken, and we're going, hyper graphic. But you add other people in there that are in there right now, and there's no jive. There's no synergy. And I don't think it's disingenuous or inappropriate to even just speak the truth. Some people work together, some people don't. I mean, I can work with Drew, but I think I've got better energy with Jesse. I mean, that's not saying shit on Drew. It's just saying that me and Jesse work better. But however Joe wants to deal with this is up to Joe. Okay? I don't think that what I've said tonight has either been bullying, and if anybody thinks this is bullying, including Joe, you're a fucking pussy and you really need to seek some psychological help. Because speaking truth and just criticizing somebody isn't bullying. Now, I'm not saying that Joe is intrinsically saying that this is bullying, but in the past, something similar has happened. But I'm not saying that he's necessarily saying that. I'm just saying that if he does, that is my response. That there's absolutely nothing bullying in regards to this. And to even try to use that is just another red flag in regards to trying to make yourself look like a victim, okay? Joe, you got to be honest, and you have in the past, where, yeah, you've admitted that you've pushed people away. But the barriers that you've set up afterwards that prevented them from coming up were entirely you. Maybe the conflict started with two people, but there's been multiple times that people have tried to reach out to you and you haven't been willing to deal with them, or, just didn't deal with them in a way that was, sort of even-handed. And if you're looking for a reference, because I know you're probably going to say, well, who? I would have to say probably Dead on Dave and Tommy C. Who else here? Ken, because he did try to reach out again. Like, he did try to fix things up, patch things up, as did JB. I did too, but I'm not going to include myself in there. And, like, to be honest, I know that there's multiple other people out there, but I'm just not bringing up in my mind. Like, if I really start to think and I give you a bunch of dead air, yeah, I'll bring up some names. But there have been times where people have, in fact, reached out to Joe. You know what? Jesse too, yeah. There was a fight with Jake DeMarco back in the day. Wasn't that big, but it was still enough that it really did cause a division. So there's that. But, I mean, there's a lot of examples. I've got a good memory. People have a good memory. And it's on the record, so it can't be denied. I guess we're going to see, Joe. I guess we're going to see what happens. You know that I like you. You know that I like working with you. And I know that you know that we do a good job when we work together. But you know that you fuck up. You don't want to admit it. You want to make excuses for it. But you know you fuck up. Whether it be telling me, oh, let's record in a few. And what you mean is a few hours, not a few minutes. but you're not willing to be specific about that. And I literally spend 5 minutes, like 5 messages to you every hour asking what the fuck's going on, or talking about, being available for doing other shows, literally being on hold, waiting for your show to start at the normal time and waiting literally 45, 50 minutes till you finally start to go live. So I'm just going to be honest with you, Joe, and it's up to you on how you want to proceed. I mean, you know that you can rely on me if you weren't such a pussy and actually were willing to trust those that are willing to help you out. But that's your problem. That's your hang up, man. Me and JB, we already proved it to you, man. We already proved we were dedicated. We already proved that we were willing to actually provide you with what you wanted. You wanted Extreme Wrestling Podcast? You got Extreme Wrestling Podcast. You got custom graphics. You got fucking podcasts from me and from fucking JB consistently. What did you do with that? You squandered it. You spread yourself so thin to start all these little different shows. Let's have the JB and Joe Cronin show. And let's have fucking hot lettuce. Or warm lettuce, whatever the fuck. Really? And I've been telling you for years. Why do you continue to spread yourself so thin? Is it so? I mean, shit. I've already told you this. 17 years in IT. I worked with Fortune 500 companies like IBM, like Procter & Gamble, like Bell Communications, like Primus Communications. And I was involved also in marketing. I know how to sell a product. I know how to properly organize, diversify, and document. This help was been provided to you for the last 6 years. And it's not just me. It's many other people that have helped you or tried to help you out with that. But your lack of knowledge, now maybe it's because you had to get your GED after you went to high school. I don't know. But to act in such a manner that you would think that my knowledge, and even JB's knowledge, he went to school for radio and broadcasting and stuff, and had a package of product, and the guy came into the community already having a fair bit under his belt when it came to like even interviews with wrestlers, which I personally loved. When I learned that JB was doing interviews with wrestlers, I fucking love that shit. And he played a good character with that too. The guy knew what he was doing. He knew how to market. He knew how to fucking present himself. For Joda to strangle that opportunity because of his desire to stay in control, because he can't trust, because he's got this abandonment issue, but regardless whether you abandon him or not, he's still going to shit on you or try to dominate and control you. Joe, dude, I'm not saying this out of hate. I'm telling you the truth. This isn't even constructive criticism. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. And I would expect the exact same thing to be done to me. Not little pot shots, not little, oh, well, this fucking, go read a book, you fucking faggot, whatever your name is. Why don't you just say, Dave Rose, you're wrong. I don't agree with you. Why don't you call in right now? We'll discuss it, me and you, one-on-one, properly. Not like, oh, well, there's 10 people on the call, but I'll mute them all. I'll roll out the red carpet for you so that you can have your say, but if you don't have your say, then I'm going to bitch that you were a baby and you didn't come on. I mean, it's the same thing over and over again, man. Like, how often do I have to chase you for even a fucking response? Even to get you to respond in a agitated manner, I got to do a video like this where you fucking end up doing a fucking stream on a night that, on a night that you don't normally stream so early. Yeah, you're going to be streaming later tonight once AEW is done. By the way, that starts at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. Sorry. goes till 10. But I mean, like, obviously, it's clear. And I mean, your little yes man, fat man birdie there, Jake and the Fat. Well, there was a show called Jake and the Fat Man. I'm gonna create a new show called Jake is the Fat Man, and your contact there, Jake, did obviously tell you, because you're not gonna miss a fucking Jake Twitter video that he makes exclusively in regards to Dave Rose's barbs and jabs. So you know exactly what's going on. You know exactly what I'm saying, and I don't know what you're saying right now on your show, but it would have been very easy for you to call in and, talk to me. But unlike, and remember, let's take a look at perspective here. When this has happened in the past with Joe Cronin, he's called in to say Scott McKinnon's show, for example. And unlike being aggressive as he was in the past, he's acting all cool, trying to be cool, and like, I was just joking around. Like, yeah, I'm calling in because it doesn't mean a big deal. But Joe's not calling in here. And he was aware of this prior to him airing, so it is a big deal to him. That's why he's not calling. Look at the difference. Look at the difference between when Scott does a stream and shits hard on Joe, and Joe comes in all apologetic. Oh. But I do a video, and Joe makes his own video, but is clearly aware of what I've been saying. And obviously, because his number one yes man made that Twitter video, he's clear as to what's going on. There's no denying it, people. There's no denying it. So now I present to you this. Why would he have not called in? Why would he have gone and made a stream now? And why would we have been told that he's talking shit when he could have easily called in and had his say? Riddle me that, people. Riddle me that. Is this another passive-aggressive stance by Joe Cronin? Because you know that I've got the balls to call into his show. But does he have the balls to call into mine? No. Clearly not. And he's going to hold this over my head. Absolutely. When it comes to monetize this, whether or not he features my face on the graphic, whether he even contacts me that night, which is, I mean, the last time I was even asked whether I was going to be on monetize this was, I think, a couple of months ago. I'm going to have to look into the chat record there, but literally it's expected of me. Of course, Dave Rose, he's a slave. Dave Rose, he's going to be on monetize this. He's got nothing better to do on a Friday night. Of course he wants to expose himself to a bunch of fucking morons and retards that all they do is fucking watch wrestling and fucking jack off. Of course that's what Dave Rose wants to fucking do on his Friday nights, Spend literally 5 hours, not including the 1 hour waiting for the show to fucking start, to to be around a bunch of fucking morons and not even have the opportunity to discuss things in an intellectual manner. Have to force himself to dumb himself down so that he can just communicate with literally the scrapings from the bottom of the barrel. I mean, if that's what Joe wants in regards to, if that's what the audience wants, I guess that's what Joe should be doing. I mean, he is acquiescing to the audience, and they're the ones that pay the bills. So, there's no problem there, but don't expect me to want to be around that. Don't expect me to want to be around stupid people, to be around those that just aren't interested in anything but their own fucking vanity. These people are literally, they are fucking vain. They are children, and they have temper tantrums. You see this all the time. You actually see this sometimes even in donations. But it shouldn't even be my problem. It shouldn't be something I should even be bothered with, and I'm just not interested, We'll see what's going to happen with Joe. Like I said, I never plan to not stop. Sorry, let me say that again. I never plan to stop working with them, but let's be honest. I know exactly what happens when somebody like me takes the actions that I did for the last 3.5 hours, close to 4 hours. Okay? This has happened in the past. And when you speak tardy of Mr. Cronin, you can expect the lashes. But we're going to see what happens. Remember, if Joe chooses not to have me on, well, it's first of all acknowledgement that he watched this. And it's more also acknowledgement that he realizes that what I said was true. That basically, by having me on his show, he's acknowledging and agreeing that I was correct. And that might not be the best for his ego. He knows that I am the best for business. He knows that. He knows that when it comes to intellectual topics, there ain't nobody better. He knows that. But because of my attitude that I know that, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it at all. He doesn't like that I know my value. He wants to keep me under his thumb. He wants to keep me under control. First of all, you can't do that to Dave Rose. Nobody controls Dave Rose. Second of all, you wouldn't get such hard blowback if you actually fucking started to act like a normal human being. You can't just fucking string me along. You can't fucking do this passive-aggressive bullshit and put out these fucking little jabs and stuff and not expect a true man to respond. You can think all you want, okay? Like, you know what? I never did wrestling, okay? You got me there. But I did do combat sports, okay? Do we really need to go there, Joe? Like, I know that all these faggots out there are like, oh, fight me, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah, but people keep underestimating me and stuff. Fine, whatever, man. Like, but if we need to devolve into that sort of fucking cock fucking piss contest, let's fucking do it. Because I'm so fucking tired. Like, obviously, like, I don't need to fucking do any more fucking battles when it comes to my brain. Because it doesn't seem like anyone can fucking step up. And I'd love to. And again, I'm not offended by meeting someone not only who's smarter than me, but who's an asshole about it. Why? Like I said, because it's an opportunity to learn. This person knows more than I do. Oh, what's that? They're treating me badly because I don't know as much, because I'm factually ignorant. Oh no, my feelings. Or I say, well, this guy knows more than I do. Maybe I should shut the fuck up and learn a thing or two. And that's the attitude that many people in this community need to fucking take. When it comes to Dave Rose, maybe you need to shut the fuck up and learn a thing or two. But whether it is through consent or through conquest, I can assure you that examples will be made. Jacob Real Prada, you will be one of the examples that will be made. Now, maybe there's a little bit of time for you to save yourself. You can contact me. Actually, no, you can't. I did block you. Leave a comment on this video. And if you truly want salvation and your sins wiped away, and to not have to worry about what I will do to you due to your criminal harassment, then let me know. Because I am as merciful as I am intelligent, which is to say, God level. So, we'll leave it there. And just a reminder, don't fuck around. Because there are some people out there that will fuck back. That being said, I do hope that you enjoyed tonight's show. I'm actually quite interested in going back and listening to it. 4 hours and 17 minutes. That's much more than I expected to do. I actually had a lot of fun tonight just talking, interacting with people, and just speaking the truth, because that's what I fucking love to do, is speaking the truth, uninhibited and unadulterated. And the best part is that now I've literally fucking thrown a wrench into a lot of different things. So things are now going to be chaotic, random, and we're going to see Is Dave Rose ever featured on the Joe Cronin Show channels ever again? Tune in this Friday to monetize this on the Joe Cronin Show to find out. All right. That being said, hope you guys have a good night. And I shall talk to you